even when there's exciting things happening. Like,
that can be very difficult. Stay relaxed while there's something exciting happening.
Well, just here as we hang at the tops of the fronds and see Martin's fins as he kicks away, it's our time to say goodbye. And thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure, as usual, from all our divers and from Stefan and myself here on the surface. We'll see you again next time. So bye from us.
Cheerio. Bye.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our sunset safari with no sunset. It's going to be cloudy and cold and windy and hopefully not rainy. We're starting with the bird of prey, which is pretty much, I suppose, how we actually finished this morning, given we had a whole bunch of vultures. My name is Tristan. On camera, I've got David.
Hello.
Hello, David.
Hey.
How was your day?
Lovely.
Lovely. Wonderful, thank you. It was very good, and it's not raining, which makes it even better. But like I said, we have a tawny eagle, and so part of the show is showing you animals. The other part of the show, which is probably the biggest part, is that we get to interact with all of you. So we get to take you on a guided experience virtually, which means that we would love to hear from all of you. So you can use the hashtag on WildEarth on Twitter, at FC, on the YouTube chat stream, in various comment boxes on the other platforms that we stream to, on the WildEarth website. And kiddies, well, you have your own dedicated email address that you can send your questions through, which is kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Wonderful, David. Right, 20 eagles just sitting, taking it easy. Overhead conditions not great, so a lot of the birds of prey will probably be sitting like this. We came to the area where there was a multitude of vultures this morning, and they're gone. So I don't think there is anything here. We also got word that the rest of the Talamati pride, so the 5 females and dark mane that we saw yesterday, have made a zebra kill of their own. So there's one set of Talamatis on a zebra kill and the other set of Talamatis on a zebra kill, which makes everything very confusing. But the one is on Djuma. It was found during the day between drives. And so I'm sure Lauren's going to head in that direction. I'm going to be heading a little further to the east from there. I'm going to be trying to see if we can find Thandi and Maribai, Thandi and Marips. We're going to try and see if the two of them are knocking about the place, and hopefully we'll get lucky with one of them doing its thing, or if not, both. It would be nice to see both of them. Last time I saw the two of them, they didn't actually meet up. They just kind of walked, but not past each other, but sort of parallel. And one lay down, the other one went off. It wasn't really a nice mother-son moment. And given that the days are getting short now for me, before I leave, I would like to see those two together, because by the time I get back here next, as well for WildEarth as a guide on the live drives, I'm pretty sure the two of them are going to be split. I don't think they'll be together anymore, so it would be nice to see them together. A lot of you often ask about our shifts and things like that. I'll only be back probably if I come back. Who knows? We'll see. Still a long time until next year, and who knows what will take place from now until then. Anyway, I was saying that the weather is overcast, it's gloomy, you can see that above my head, and so we'll just send you across to the weather to see just how gloomy and just how cold it's going to be this afternoon.
Welcome to Bushwalk, and luckily, yes, it is cloudy, which makes for nice walking, and we're also very fortunate in that the wind has actually stopped blowing, which makes it safe for us to move through a number of different areas and not be restricted to the outcrops and areas where wind would not hinder us, where we can potentially bump an animal on foot at close range. So at the moment, we are looking at the nest of a red-billed buffalo weaver. Just before that, I'll just quickly introduce myself. I'm being very rude this afternoon. So my name is JP LaRue, and I almost forgot about how important our cameraman is. And behind the cameras, we've got BK. That's busy playing with his camera and getting us a few interesting little shots. So coming back to the nest over here, I find nests particularly interesting, and I also find how birds build nests particularly interesting. So some species are very simplistic in how they build their nest. They might just make a shallow scrape on the ground or lay the eggs directly on a cliff face. Generally, what we find with eggs that are on cliff faces or areas where they can potentially roll is that they're more poiriform in shape to prevent them from rolling, compared to round eggs, which are safe inside a nest and they will roll nowhere. We also find that they might be as complex of those of the sociable weavers, which is basically air-conditioned units, which keeps the temperatures nice and warm in winter and nice and cool in summer. In this case, the red-billed buffalo weavers build a very unique nest in terms of using thorns and thorny branches, which acts as protection against potential predators, such as mammal or reptile predators that might try and get into that nest. I've also noticed that their fairly large nest is often utilized by a number of other species which will also nest directly on top of that. And one of those birds has been Egyptian geese that's been utilizing the nest above us. In the meanwhile, let's go and say hello to Lauren and see what she has in plan for us for this afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to your sunset safari, although I'm not entirely sure there's going to be a sunset. My name is Lauren, and I do have Chet on camera today. And we're in a bit of a tricky spot now, because we're almost at the Wig's house. But before we get there, you lose signal. So we're just going to have to hang around for a little bit, but we are almost there. We're in the Mulwati. You can see that's me going down into the Mulwati. And I have another surprise for you. Last night we had the Talamatis, and this morning I said to you, I don't know where the Talamatis are. Well, now I do. So we shall head there, but just first I do want to get to the Wig's house. I like to check in on Mrs. Wig once a day, see how she's doing. But as soon as we dip down here, we will lose signal. So we're just going to stop and give you a little bit of a view of the Mulwati, because we used to do river cruises with you all, or dry river cruises. But sadly now, here we go, we don't get signal anymore, which is crazy. So we can't do those gorgeous dry river cruises that we used to do together. So we can at least give you this little bit of view before dipping down. It's one of my favorite places to drive. I love it. Especially in summer, actually. When it's not waterlogged, of course, but in summer, the birds, the insects, the sounds, the smells, the color, the coloration, it all transforms to sort of a lush green color. That's incredible. So we're going to dip down now and have afternoon tea with Mrs. Wig.
Goes towards Mrs. Wig and sees what she's up to, or he's up to. I don't know if both will be there. We're still bumbling. We're on the northern boundary at the moment with Biffle's hook. Just basically rumbling on, and rambling, bit of both actually. David in the back here is very chirpy this afternoon. I've got lots to say. David, do you want to repeat what you've just been telling me?
No, you.
Don't actually. I just thought maybe you'd be brave. David's been bullying me, everybody. So I thought he'd be brave enough to tell everybody what he's saying. But he's not. He's just bullying me behind closed doors. Anyway, the idea is going to be that we'll keep just going on the boundary all the way, and then the boundary is Torchwood. Straight down towards Chitwa, Gowrie main area. Normally don't take this route if I'm going to Chitwa, but given that we saw those vultures today, I thought, well, why not? We'll just go a little bit of a different direction. So far, our normal routes have not been paying dividends for us, so I suspect that it's a good idea to try and mix things up and change things up a little bit. You can see already on this fire break how much green is spurting through. It's going to be very green here in the next little bit. These fire break areas are going to be hugely popular with the zebra and the wildebeest when the screen does flush. I'll try and see if I can find a nice little patch where you can actually see the green coming through. Maybe right here, David. Lots of little green shoots that are emerging from what was burnt clumps of grass. What you can see on this little section here is the effects of the drought is still not fully kind of recovered. If you look at how patchy the grass is and how big the gaps are between clumps, when we have good seed dispersal and good years of rain, those gaps will close in.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. We just found a platana. I'm not quite sure which one it is. It's either tropical or Miller's platana. And it seems that he's been traded on by a buffalo. As we can see, the perfectly rounded hoof of a buffalo over here. I'm just going to pick him up and just show a few features of him, which I find particularly interesting. So they're also known as clawed toads, and you can see that they've got large claws. And it's believed that these claws are used for raking their prey. Shame, poor guy's had his belly skin ripped open as well when that buffalo stepped on him. Don't think it's very kind of a buffalo. This poor guy is probably not more than 20 grams compared to the buffalo, which is potentially 800 to 900 kilograms. So a few things that I do find interesting is that their eyes are set fairly high. We also often see their heads just sticking out above the water as if they're noticing what's going on. And they're often being fed on at this specific dam by both pied kingfisher as well as a little grebe. A little grebe that we've noticed here, he's been here for quite a while now, and it seemed that he was associating at one point with the Egyptian geese chicks, which was disturbing these, and then he would catch them. I also noticed a grey heron catching these the other day. So generally they will release a mucus to protect themselves, which has got some form of toxins in it, which deters predators when they try and feed on them. Normally when an animal learns to associate a negative experience by means of taste or by means of colour, they won't again go and feed on that specific creature. However, it doesn't always work. Hammerkorp also quite often feeds on these guys, and that's why they've got a specially adapted bill to deal with slippery prey items such as a platana. So the name platana also means flat-handed, if I remember correctly, and it's derived from the Dutch language because of the flat shape of these frogs. I also find it particularly interesting is that they've been used in laboratories for many years as a very accurate test to see if humans are pregnant. And when a lady that is ovulating or pregnant, urine will be put on top of the reproductive area of the female platana. The platana will automatically start ovulating. However, these days, there's much more accurate tests, but one of the downfalls with newer tests that was developed is that these animals were distributed right across the globe and that they were then released in large numbers in natural environments where they have in some areas become problematic. Well, we're going to move on and go and see what else is going on, and let's see what Lauren is up to.
First stop, afternoon tea with the one and only Mrs. Wig. Hello, dear. I always think she just looks so cozy, especially on a sort of day like we're having today where it's just overcast and chilly. She always just looks so warm and snug. And of course, she's supposed to. She's incubating. And you know, she really doesn't bat an eyelid. Literally, when we arrive, she quickly opens one eye just to make sure, oh goodness, it's those people from WildEarth again, wanting to watch me while I sleep. It's a little bit weird when you say it like that, but that's what we do. And she's not even looking at us, not even watching us. She's completely aware of our presence. It's amazing. A very relaxed, habituated female spotted eagle owl. And she's just adorable. I thought we'd pop in and see her a little bit earlier today, in case we get distracted with other stuff later, which will most likely happen. We should all guess what day we're going to first see the chick. I think it'll be October. Was it not you, Kurt, we first found Olivia together? It was with you, wasn't it? No?
Not first found, but...
We spent a lot of time with Olivia. I hope it's October. October's a good month. The month of Libras. But the egg can actually, or the chick can hatch, and you still can't see it. It's very, very altricial. It can be some time only when mom really moves or stretches, or you can just see that slight movement. You know, there's a chick there. And there are 2 eggs. We saw them. She doesn't even open her eyes. She's listening, though. Papa will go be here somewhere. Jasmine, you must be new to us, and that is great news, because you're most likely, hopefully, going to get to see exactly what color they are. And to be honest, you probably wouldn't classify the chicks as cute. They're ugly cute, if that makes sense. They look very bizarre because they're so underdeveloped, and they come in, you first sort of see them as a really grey colour. It's not quite white, it's off-white. It looks very grey. When a very, very first hatch, you'll see lots of patches of skin. They'll be almost bald before the pin feathers start coming through, and then they get that very, very early down, which is very soft and it's grey in colour, and they really look nothing, absolutely nothing like the adults. They're cute but ugly at the same time, and I mean that in the nicest way because I love these birds. But we followed them. We followed 2 before, Sebwig and then Olivia, from the same mother and father. So hopefully, if all goes to plan, we will be able to follow this one. And naturally, I am hoping that all goes to plan. Not every egg will hatch, and then not every chick will survive. And Logan, you love the daily visits to the wigs. Me too. I like to come in the afternoon, but she'll also be here in the morning. She literally does not leave. At this stage, she really is incubating, and she will only leave to defecate. It's very important that she doesn't make the nest area unhygienic, and then she'll fly back again. Or possibly she may leave to quickly feed once Papa Wig brings in some food. She's not hunting right now. She's not gone on adventures. At this stage, the priority is just to be on the nest all the time. But of course she needs to eat, keep her energy levels up, and he does the hunting. He brings the food. So you will see her every single day here. We caught her the other day leaving. That's how I know there are 2 eggs, just to have a bathroom stop. But then afterwards she went straight back. Very protective. Very strong maternal instincts, really. I don't think birds really have the reputation for necessarily being maternal, but some definitely are. A lot of maternal care. And they are territorial. We're on a sort of S-bend of the Mulwati, and this is very much the Whigs' territory. They're always here, but we just don't always see them because naturally they're very camouflaged and blend into the background. You can hear all the other birds twittering in the background. So we're going to sit here with Mrs. Wig a little bit longer.
Here we are. We are on an expedition. This is the expeditionary force. Behind me, we have seen Tlalamba. We are very excited.
It's day 1 of the annual South African Guide of the Year competition, and our first foot into this competition this morning is all about tracks and signs.
We're going to call you in one at a time. Just look at it, the information will be there.
Our 5 guides have been tasked by the judges at figuring out who is what is who, and where they go in the bush.
Either Franklin or guinea fowl, but because of the volume of other deposits in the area, we went with guinea fowl.
Detailing the surrounding that you need to look out for tracks. The details is very important.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is the call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops! Oof!
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hi and a warm welcome to Cozy Bay. My name is Karen, and behind the camera today we've got Igor. And today we're going to explore this magnificent area that we have here and see what we can find. So I think what we'll do is we'll start out with just having a look at these incredible mountains over here, Igor. This is the part of the Table Mountain Range, and it is one of the oldest mountains in the world. In fact, it's older than the Himalayas, it's older than the Rockies, And there we have Table Mountain just ahead of us with a cable car. Then a little saddle, and we've got Lion's Head. That's Lion's Head, 669 meters above sea level. So today we want to really focus on the marine life, and that we take you through to the seals over there, and they're basking on the rocks. These are granite boulders, and they're formed by volcanic eruption. They're millions of years old as well. Just taking in the Atlantic Ocean, nice and cold, 9 to 13 degrees Celsius, really cold water, but incredibly nutrient rich. The upwelling of the currents in the southern point has brought many different marine life here. So I'm drawing your attention to the seals on the rocks ahead of us, and these are the Cape fur seals, and they are really cute. They're called the dogs of the sea because they've got really cute little ears, huge eyes, and they're just incredibly well adapted to this cold water. They have a thick subcutaneous blubber, and then of course the fur on top, and they just... We're off to Tristan, who's found something else.
Well, from one cute thing to another, we've got cute, well, talking of cute, we've got dwarf mongoose, which are probably the most cute little animals out here at times. And their little faces, they're like little teddy bears. When you see them up close. From far, they look like little rats, but up close, they're like little teddy bears with very sharp, very pointy teeth. These guys are already on their mound early. I wouldn't have expected them to be here at this time. I would have expected them to still be scrounging around and looking for food, but maybe with the weather conditions and the sort of darkness, they're just wanting to stay closer to home. It could also be that they're cold. So when they're cold, they go down into these mounds, and it's a lot warmer in there than it is on the outside on a day like today. So they can just go and have a good nap inside there where it's nice and warm and toasty in comparison. You'll find that it's in very hot days cooler, and in very warm, very cold days warmer. You know, it's very temperate inside there as opposed to the outside air. It doesn't have the same loss of temperature or increase in temperature nearly as quickly. But they'll just sit at the entrance to that mound, and if anything comes along, they just dive down and go under. Otherwise, I don't think they're going to be foraging too much from here. I'd be surprised if we started to see them all spilling out and going all over the place, and I haven't seen any others running around. Normally when you approach a mound like this, if they're just feeding and there's a couple that are on century juicy and they're on top, the others are scuttling about below the mound, and they all kind of run away and dive into little areas, and these guys kind of then duck down, but I haven't seen any others moving about. So I think it's just them at their little home mound and taking it very easy for the afternoon. Seems like a legitimate plan to be in a mound for the afternoon. I think that's what I would do. David, that's what you did yesterday, isn't it? You hid away from the rain yesterday. David enjoyed a day in bed. Must be nice. You did do some work there, didn't you? Lots. That's what he says, everybody. He says lots, but we all know that means he did lots of watching of series. Sam, so I've never seen them sharing with other mammals. It's possible. Actually, I lie. I've seen, not a mammal, but I've seen them sharing with two things. One was a set of swallows that were nesting in the roof, and I've seen that with hyenas too, swallows nesting in a hyena den. And the other thing that I've seen with dwarf mongoose, which is completely counterintuitive and made no sense to me, but it was like that for a few weeks was a group of dwarf mongoose on Little Gowrie, and they used to have a snouted cobra that used to live in the mound with them. So you'd see the snouted cobra and the mongoose just kind of sitting, not close together, but close enough that it was awkward. So probably the distance of these two mongoose at the moment, snake there, and then the snake would go in, the mongoose would go in, and obviously there must have been a separation somehow. I don't know, but they were like that for a few weeks. So this is about 3 weeks that we saw them on that mound. It was kind of early summer, so it was still a little bit cold. The snake used to sit there in the mornings and warm up, and then the dwarf mongoose on the other side of the mound doing the exact same thing. It was very weird, given that snouted cobras eat them, and if maybe it was just that the size was perfect for them both to feel a little bit apprehensive of going after one another. I don't know, but it was a very weird situation. I must admit I was quite sad when that snouted cobra disappeared, not because, a lot of people don't like snakes, and personally I don't really want a snake, in my house or on me or anything like that, but the snouted cobra that was there at the time was one of those that has the banded phase. So it's called banded phase in terms of its coloration. And so instead of having the usual sort of browny, yellow, olive colors that a snouted cobra has, it had the beautiful banding on it, which is like a cream and a gray blue. In these sort of rotating, it's got like little circular bands all the way along the snake. Pretty cool to see, and not that common. I've never really seen them anywhere else. I've seen photographs of them, obviously, but I've never seen them other than that one. And then it moved, and we saw it again once more, kind of closer towards Gowrie Main, and then never again after that, sadly. So I don't know what happened to it. Maybe it chose the wrong gang of mongoose and got itself killed, or I don't know. Brown snake eagle, maybe we got it. I haven't seen a snouted cobra in ages, actually. It's been a long, long time. I used to see them quite regularly. In 2011, 2012, but nowadays can't remember the last one that I saw. Little dwarf mongoose are not having any of this wind. Every time the wind blows, they're like, nope, down we go. This is no good for us to be out. Cute little things, though. Alright, I think let's leave our little dwarfies to themselves. We're going to carry on down towards Chitwa. By now, most of the guys at the lodge should be mobile, so it won't be like we impacting them, taking away space from the guests. We can go and try and see if we can find those cats. Alright, so I'm going to leave these guys, like I said. In the meantime, though, you can take a look at what you can experience if you join us here in Djuma on an expedition.
The Talamatis we have found on a bamba, which means a kill. And it's a zebra, believe it or not. So they were right next to the buffalo last night. We had them, maybe 250 meters at most away from the buffalo. And they obviously just went in a southeasterly direction and encountered a zebra. And here we have it. This must have happened last night. The other Talamatis are at a dam in Buffelshoek called Sussens Dam on a zebra kill. So the pride is split right now, and both counterparts have killed a zebra. Isn't that crazy? But this must have happened last night, absolutely. I don't quite know where the carcass is right now. I can smell it. Even through my blocked nose. But we'll reposition in just a bit and try and see if we can figure out who's here and who's not here. I do know that Dark Mane is here. He gets called in on the radio now as Dark Mane. He's a big celebrity. He never used to. It was always Avoca, but now it's Dark Mane. Do you see anything? Is that where? No. We're looking, we're scanning to see if we can see the zebra. And there's not that many vultures around. I don't think we're in a position to show you them right now, but I will move the vehicle. There's only a handful of them. And I almost drove this road this morning and I literally turned around and changed my mind. Who would have found you guys? The smell is... it's extraordinary. It's awful. I don't think it's anything a human can really get used to be honest. I wonder if there's a hyena or two lurking around. That would make me happy. I bet you Dark Mane's lying right next to the carcass. Carlton, I actually don't know about this. I'm only back a handful of days and I don't actually know about this. I don't know who she is or which one she is or what injury they have. I'm afraid I can't answer that. When you go for long periods of time and come back, it's difficult to catch up with everything. But we will do an ID once we get a better sort of view of who's here and who's not here. I got to know the Talamatis pretty well during my last stint. We really dived into their IDs and who's who. I think let's try and reposition now. Just before other vehicles start to come. We'll see if we can see the kill. And Dark Mane. Do you see it? My cameraman with the super eye spots it. Spots the stripes. Yes. And guess who's next to it? Dark Mane. I think we can do a big loop round. What do you think? Yes, let's try. One, two, three, four. I can see 4 lionesses with Dark Mane. Okay, I'm just going to slowly try and reposition here so we can get a better view of what is going on with our Talamatis.
While Lauren repositions and tries to get a better view, I'm just bumbling so far, not very much to show for our efforts. Saw a couple of impalas since we saw the dwarf mongoose, and that's about it. Not really much else, but we're going to go to Chitwa now. Sounds like Thandi and Marips have a kill there, so I mean, that's pretty easy. It's just lots of cars that are piling in there at the moment, so I'm just taking it very slow, trying to get into that direction. Those nuts delicious, David. Very good. David's just snacking behind me. It's like having a cockatoo on the back here. Just hear nuts being chomped away at the back. Or seeds. What are you actually eating, David? Come, let's show everybody what you're eating. You see, it is like a cockatoo. Look, there's seeds, everybody. Pumpkin seeds, raisins. It's like having a bird on the back here. And peanuts. And you've got some mixed nuts, raw mixed nuts.
Healthy, right?
So healthy. Well done, David. No, I'm fine, thank you very much. I have to actually talk. So we're not going to be crunching little peanuts and mixed nuts while trying to talk. I'm pretty sure no one wants to hear that on the other end of the mic, but very healthy, David. Did you not have lunch today?
I didn't.
You didn't? That's very unusual for you. Why didn't you have lunch? Were you late?
Working out.
You were working out? Oh, jeez. Are you all right? Working out and eating healthy. Okay, just checking. I don't want you to, I don't want you to become too skinny too quickly. Well, I'm definitely not massaging you later, but that's not for me to do. Yeah, you've got, there's others that can help you with that. I'm certainly not going to be indulging. I mean, I know we've shared a tent before, but we're not going down that road at all. You thought after the Serengeti it would be okay?
No, exactly.
No, all right. Well, you were mistaken, I'm afraid. Anyway, let's head south towards Chitwa and see. Maybe we'll get lucky and find something else other than Thandi and Marips, but otherwise we'll head there in a little bit.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. We're currently walking an area which is known as Red Earth. It's a fairly open area and the soil is firm, quite smooth as well over here. And generally we find a good number of different tracks in the area. At the moment you will also notice that the clouds are coming in quite quickly and are feeling a few drops. We're just a little bit concerned, so we're going to quickly do a segment on these tracks and then we're going to start heading back towards the vehicle just to get our equipment dry to prevent that the camera gets damaged. So the track that we are looking at over here is that of a giraffe. By the looks of it and the sheer size of it is most likely a bull, but what we notice is that it actually slipped right over here. And this is the front foot that we have over here, which is much larger than that the hind foot is. It's quite a common theme. Most animal species, the front feet is much larger and the hind feet smaller, with the exception of aardvark, and it's to do with where you're carrying your weight. And the majority of the weight for a giraffe is all in the front. So it's a normal gait that we see over here. The animal has walked off over here. There we can notice that we've got our back foot, and then it walked through this drainage line. And the wind in the last few days was consistent, so it was moving into the direction of a wind. Firstly, that it can potentially detect threats that it might walk into, and the biggest threat for species such as giraffe is definitely lion in an area like this. And we occasionally find that smaller species of predators such as leopard will also go for a young giraffe, but not for a big adult. And generally it also takes a little bit of teamwork for lions to actually bring down a big giraffe, and also quite often the assistance of a big male to help to do so. We also find the second reason why they walk directly into the wind is that they can actually smell, stop the plants from actually releasing chemicals which they feed on, which will then warn other plants that they're being browsed upon. It doesn't entirely stop it, it just slows down the process as the wind is blowing away from those plants. So in the meanwhile, let's go and see what Lauren has. It seems as if she's detected something that does eat giraffe.
Mr. Darkmane put on his fancy pants for us today. He decided to wear some nice socks. That was not my joke, I stole that. It's just the angle. It looks really bizarre, but I knew it. I absolutely knew Dark Mane would be the one almost sleeping on top of this carcass. Would you look at that? And from what I can see, and it's not very much, it looks demolished. The zebra's almost finished. I literally think after I left them, because we left them going into the central drainage in a southeasterly direction, so it makes sense that they've ended up here. How they found the zebra, who knows? But then I think it was quite early last night, not too long after sunset, that they made this kill, and I think they've just been feeding all night. And now they're resting and digesting. When the wind blows, you just get, ugh, yeah. I don't even know if we'll be able to tell if the zebra was a male or was a female.
Afternoon, any buffalo vehicles?
Is he panting? Are you uncomfortable, Dark Mane? Put a little bit too much in that belly of yours. I think that's a yes. Bryson, yes, pretty much. Feline nutrition is different from human nutrition, obviously. I mean, humans do not run around killing zebra naturally. But what I mean by that is that the way that they process sort of the food is exactly the same, but their requirements is different. So all the organs inside a carcass or an animal is actually where the nutrients are kept. So that'll be your macronutrients, your micronutrients, and various different vitamins are sort of held in the organs, should we say. So that'll be your heart, your liver, your kidneys. That's where they're going to get all the different types of vitamins. But when it comes to vitamin C, they don't actually need vitamin C. So they don't need to go around taking tablets like we do or eating fruit, because their bodies synthesize it themselves from carbs. So they do eat carbs, believe it or not. It just doesn't come in the same form that we do. And their body can synthesize their own vitamin C, ascorbic acid, whereas we can't do that. So it's definitely different, but they'll get all the vitamins from the organs, and then once they finish the organs, they'll start to move out to the muscles, to the flesh, really, and that's where they're going to get most of their protein. So we think that by eating animals, it's just protein. It's actually not. They'll get vitamin A, the B's, the C's, well, not C, I just talked about that, but the D's, the K's, all the vitamins they'll get from the organs. And where do they get their carbs from, you may ask? A lot of cats, a lot of felids or carnivores get carbs from partially digested plant matter in the intestines of their prey. That's where the bulk of their carbs from. And although they don't mostly eat that, as some cats drop it, they end up eating some accidentally, and that's where their carb intake comes from. So it's naturally low in carbs, but they do get some. And it's obviously very high in protein, but also fats. Fatty acids are very important even for humans. And of course, the most important thing is your glucose, right? Your energy. They need that to fuel not only their bodies, but their brains. They need glucose. And that's actually synthesized within their own bodies from several different amino acids. And to get even more complicated, it comes from their dietary fats. So essentially, when you look at a cat, they can get all the glucose that they need from a diet that's almost free of carbs. So I went deep with that question, didn't I? But yes, they get all the nutrition that they need, and it's actually way more than you would think it would be. A lot of people just think it's protein. It's not. And that's why they do go for the organs first. Soft, probably delicious to them, and then they work their way out. And lions are obviously not the bone crushers that hyenas are. So they might crunch on a few bones, but they're not really going to sit and eat the bones. They'll leave that. But I'm surprised with that smell in the air that the hyenas are not around. They could be and sleeping in the long grass. I don't see any. Sorry everyone, I just need to blow my nose. It's not very pleasant, I know. Apologies. The weather has gotten to me. Sit here for as long as we can. I imagine there may be a lineup, but we're going to send you guys over to JP, who's doing some tracking.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. While Lauren is busy watching sleeping lions, we're busy looking at the tracks of lions. And the track that we have over here has been made by a male lion. And it's most likely the male that has been associating with the Ngati pride, a pride that we found on foot last Monday. If we look at the track, it's fairly large. If I put my hand right next to it, you can potentially confuse it with hyena, but however, hyena has got a slanted back axis to the pad. Here we've got a fairly straight access to the back pad. And if we also have a look over here, fairly large round toes, which separates it from female, and the lack of nails marking in the track. So when we continue down the footpath over here, we'll actually saw where it was walking, and a little bit further down, we actually managed to find the dung of this lion. As you can see over here, definitely fed on something that had a lot of blood, but also a lot of hair in the diet. Quite often, we do find that lion dung can also be white, but generally the presence of a far greater amount of hair inside it separates it from hyena. And then right over here, we've also got two carrion beetles. I'm not sure if they're competing with one another for a meal or trying to mate with one another. So quite often we do find these in the dung of predators, as well as in dead carcasses busy feeding on the remains of a carcass that is busy rotting. They're not the only organisms that assist with recycling of nutrients and minerals of carcasses as well as with dung. We also find that there's a species of blowfly in this area, which is very important with the recycling of a carcass. And it's said that in 7 days they can break down an impala carcass down to barely skin and bone that's left. And quite often these guys will also feed on the skin or on the inside of the skin. Just to come back to the dung, it's most likely that it's deliberately defecated over here and also most likely sprayed urine on the spot. Quite often when I have noticed this male, he's very actively marking his territory by defecating in specific spots as a dung, as a visual, as well as a chemical scent marker, which marks the territory, and the urine that he sprays also acts in the same way, although that's only a chemical scent marker. We also find that they've got specialized glands underneath the feet, which is known as interdigital scent glands, which also disperses their scent and assist with the marking. There's another method that they also will use, and that's vocalizations, as well as rubbing their cheek glands on objects to mark it. Very similar to that as a domesticated cat, which will actually mark by scratching on your settee or rubbing its face against your settee or so in that case. We're just going to move on and go and see what else we can go and find.
If you are a WildEarth explorer, then we are excited to announce that there is another unique prize for you to win. Sign up to be an explorer before the 16th of October 2021, and you and a friend could be heading off to an eco-training ranger experience. This 2-night opportunity offers a living and learning adventure where you will combine seeing incredible nature with gaining knowledge on how animals live in the wild. You will approach dangerous game on foot, learn how to track, do some 4x4 driving, and have an exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team behind the scenes on the live show. After each action-packed day, you will relax around the campfire and listen to the nighttime choir of animal sounds before you drift off to sleep. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
I think sometimes you need just to listen. So it's a kind of taking out all that other spirit and bring back wilderness and healthy. Bushwalk and trek and sign. I'm sure I'm good at that. I spend most of my time on the ground since I was a young boy, so I think I'm good with that. Actually, I'm not much nervous of any category. Just take it as it is. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure on what the judges are looking at. So chances are 50-50 on my side. I'm not... Obviously, when you go for a competition, you say you win.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes. Unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Well, we're at Tswalu Dam. We're just passing some time quickly to wait our turn to go to Mariepsentani. For some reason, apparently it's been made a 2-vehicle sighting. I don't know why. Maybe it's where it is and the access. I have no idea. So we'll see wait until we get there. But anyway, it's just a bit of time to pass. The dam is always a fine place to do so. Just come to check what's happening with the hippos. Also looked any sign of crocodiles. I saw one bobbing about at one point. In the water, and now I just want to see if I can still see the waterbuck carcass. Yes, there it is there. You see it, David? Where? No, not same spot. If you can spot it, then you'll be good.
Yes.
You see it? Up against the tree there, the fallen over tree. The wind has changed direction today, so it's pushed it up against that tree. I'm sure the crocs are just feeding on it every now and then from that area. So waterbuck is still in the dam. Weirdly, it actually doesn't seem like it smells too much, although I think if we drove there we'd probably smell it a lot more than where we are right now. But otherwise, Tswalu Dam is what I would expect it to be on a day like today, fairly quiet. There's the odd lapwings rolling around, there's some hippos, there's some Egyptian geese, which is par for the course, and of course a few red-billed buffalo weavers. Nothing else seems to be too kind of obvious at this stage. You never fully know though at Tswalu Dam. Sometimes it takes a bit of time just to look around and scan, and then you pick up what you're looking for, pick up something different or new. But for now it seems as though it's all pretty stock standard Tswalu Dam vibes this afternoon. It's been a while since I've had any ellies at this dam, actually. It's normally a great dam for a lot of elephants to come and drink at, particularly in the hot days, although I must be honest, we've been so tied up with elephants on Djuma when it was hot the last couple of weeks. We haven't actually even come to Chitwa Dam for elephant. And with the leopards not really being at the dam either, it's meant that we haven't actually spent a huge amount of time at Chitwa Dam. We've just kind of been giving it a bit of a miss, which is a shame because it is a great dam to spend time at, particularly if you like birding. It's such a good birding dam. You can often find weird and wonderful stuff here. Like I say, I've seen gulls here, terns. We had the pratten coals here, night herons. So lots of cool stuff. All right, I'll get onto the radio now and try and figure out what the guys are saying and see whether or not it's time for us to head that direction. In the meantime, though, let's send you across to Karen, who's going to show us something down in the Cape.
Well, welcome back to Cozy Bay. And today we're going to be looking out on this incredible view that we've got here. We're looking out toward the rock, just pointing to Eagle, to the seals. We can see quite a lot of activity there today, even from this distance. And the male seals are known as bulls, and the females are known as cows. Now the bulls are roughly 300 kilograms in weight, whereas the females are only 50 kilograms in weight. And the bulls, unlike penguins, these seals are not, these Cape fur seals are not monogamous. The bulls create territories in around October. So they'll get on the rocks and they'll make sure that they've got their territory. They're very territorial animals. And then in around November, they will have harems of up to 50 cows. Now when they go into the breeding season, the fertilized embryo in the cow is incubated for 4 months, and then there's another 8-month period, and then the pups are born in a year. Fertilized embryo remains in the uterus for 4 months, so there's a further 8 months, and then the pups are born in a year. Now, in the old days, they are protected, by the way, and in the old days, in about the 1830s, they were protected, and what happened was people used to like to catch the little pups and use their pelts to make lovely jackets. So in the 1900s they were still doing that, and today the numbers are really high, and there's more than enough seals, and they are protected animals, marine animals in this area. This is a marine protected area, and you can see the kelp forests here, the seals basking in the sun, and they're incredibly agile in the water. They swim very, very well, and they're very playful. They've been called the dog of the sea. So they've got tiny little ears, very big eyes, and their eyes are like torches. They can see incredibly well. And then their flippers, they have front and back flippers, and the back flippers can rotate. So they can actually get up these rocks, and they can maneuver up onto the rocks, and you find them all around the southern African coast, pretty much from the country Namibia, which is not in South Africa, but from the west coast right around to the east coast to Port Elizabeth in Algoa Bay. Not far from here, we have Hout Bay, and you can go diving. Repeat the question, please. I'm sorry, I can't hear the question coming through.
All of the dark patches we see underwater.
Are all the dark patches we see underwater volcanic rock? Absolutely right here. This is granite and underneath, and it stretches right into the water. And granite boulders are made from, you know, volcanic eruptions. They're millions and millions of years old, and these here got quite a lot of seaweed on them, and the tide is coming in right now. So you can see in low tide, it's actually a lot better to see the rocks because you can see them exposed. Hope that answers your question. So we've got our amazing seals on the rocks, basking in the sun, enjoying this beautiful day we have here in Cape Town, Cozy Bay. So looking at the seaweed,
well, not much has changed from our spot. I mean, the zebra's not gone anywhere, but neither have the lions. They are fast asleep, but I must say, I've seen lions fuller than this. Their stomach can stretch extensively. It's built that way to suit the feast or the famine lifestyle. You never know when you're going to get your next meal, really. Is it going to be tomorrow? Is it going to be the day after, or even the day after that? So when you do get that meal, you don't want to pack it all in. The stomach can stretch up to about 25%. I wish mine could do that. Kurt said his can. And that's exactly what they're doing. It probably took some doing to get this zebra down on the ground last night. So naturally they're full, but they're also just resting. Lions expend a lot of energy taking down prey. It's always a stalk, it's always an ambush, it's always a tackle. And to take another living being of that size down, that takes a lot of power. So they use a lot of energy. Look at that paw. Luca, you are 9 years old, and the simple answer to your question is yes. Absolutely. If he could. And I'm sure these ladies probably had a big hand in taking down the zebra, and the male lions tend to get very... Oh, he's twitching. And the male lions get very possessive over the carcass. But yes, absolutely. It might take him some doing, though. He wouldn't be able to finish it immediately. It's a lot of meat on the zebra. But would he finish it? Yes, absolutely. Look. But all these females have fed as well. They're all just scattered everywhere. We may reposition in a moment so we can give the others this view, and we go and take another view. one's flat at the moment, but they'll get up at some point to feed again. I guess it's nice that some of the Talamatis are here and some are in Pifilshoek. Pifilshoek people get very upset when the Talamatis are not on Pifilshoek. They like the Talamatis to be on Pifilshoek. It's fairly recent that they've started pushing down onto Djuma. I mean, they always dip their paws in on a northern cut line, but now, I mean, they're found on Djuma regularly. More times per week they're on Djuma now than any other property. They've been even seen on Chitwa. Naturally, it's winter. They have to follow food a little bit further. Okay, we're going to sit here with dark mane just a little bit longer. Sitting here with our snoozy lions. Not much is going on right now, but that could easily change. As soon as one gets up, it's like a domino effect, they'll all get up. They're copycats. Anyway, we are just going to sit with them for a moment. Just listen, appreciate this scene, and listen to any sounds that may be going on around us. Oh, hello. We're gonna, oh, hello, yes. That look. I just want to try and catch the other vehicle's attention and see if they want this spot. I feel like we're hogging the good spot. And now dark mane has turned over. Now this sounds strange, we only see half the zebra. I don't know where the other half is. Okay, I think we're going to try and reposition a little bit here and see if we can get some other views of our Talamatis. And for now, over to Tristan.
Well, with the brat and his mother, I call him the brat because he can sometimes be that way, and he's being particularly full of nonsense today. Whatever kill they had is finished. Apparently he ate it all, and Thandi is in no mood for his nonsense by the looks of things. You can see she's snarling and carrying on, and just getting very irritated with him trying to rub up on her every 2 minutes. But the two of them are moving together, and it was exactly what I was hoping for earlier when I said I would love to see the two of them together again. It's so nice that they are. I'm going to just quickly try and shoot around so we can just get a better view of Thandi while she peers around that mound. There is another vehicle here, so I'm just going to try and go around them quickly. And then we'll try and just get ourselves into a little gap here where we can see. Sorry, David, I know it's not going to be your best option, but it's better than what we had when we were just looking at her tail. At least here we can see her kind of side on. Up as well towards where she is, and we can kind of see the two of them together again. But what you will see very clearly already is the difference in coloration between the two of them. It's quite nice when they're together, because we always talk about how light Marips is and how kind of yellow he is in comparison to her. She's more orange, but you don't notice it until they're together. What you also don't notice is just how big he's getting. These days he's starting to get much larger than her. Her looking after him for as long as she is meaning that he's getting big. He's so boisterous. I mean, look at the size of his stomach in comparison to hers. I believe a lot of you are very excited to see that they're still together. I don't think you're going to find her leaving him anytime soon. I don't think there's that same drive to mate as what there was in the past. I think with her age, she's starting to get to that point now where, you know, it's not as important to find a partner and mate again. Whether I don't know, that still remains to be seen, but it's definitely age is going to start catching up with her at some point. Righty. Let's try and get back to where she is. Interesting route she's taking. She's kind of moving in a west-southwesterly direction, but she is a bit all over the place. She's not really taking a proper line anywhere. She goes west, and then she cuts south, and then she goes west again, and then she's now actually going back east again, which is weird. I don't know if she smells something around here. Maybe it's a little scrub hare or something tucked in the bush. We know she loves hunting scrub hares as well as small duiker, so she often does sniff around bushes like this. Cut off. But I think we're soon going to see the breakup of this little family. Not because
Sorry about that, everyone. Tristan, what have you done now? Tristan and Davy should not be trusted. But at least his leopard dry days are over. Look at the vouchers. Yeah, actually are not that many. I would have assumed there would be more. I think these are the hoodied. Oh, well, the one on the right definitely is. really, really easy to identify, the hooded vultures. I think they're so sassy. They have so much personality, the hooded. I just adore them. They're really not scared of running up to a hyena or even a lion. But I mean, I've only counted under 10 vultures in the area. Okay, we're gonna sit here a little bit longer, but let's take a look at how you can become a safari guide with eco-training.
Operating for 27 years, Eco Training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. WildEarth has been working closely with Eco Training to promote the safari guide industry and create awareness for its importance. This is why, for 1 month only, we are offering all WildEarth viewers an opportunity to receive a discount on an Eco Training safari guide course. Contact Eco Training today to find out more, and remember to quote Eco Wild Live to receive your discount.
We're back at Cozy Bay, Cape Town. Just want to draw your attention, Igor, to the kelp over there. And we had an earlier question which I'd like to clarify on. I think I got it a little confused. So the dark areas, I was asked basically if this is volcanic rock. So the dark areas you see in front of us, and we're looking at is kelp. So this is also known as sea bamboo, and it's incredible. It's all over our coast, and they harvest it and they make incredible products from it. So you can use it as fertilizer for plants. You can also take it in tablet form. It helps to speed up your metabolism, but incredibly good for plants. And they're really long, these kelp, or the sea bamboo. They can be up to 6 meters about in length. And what you're seeing on the very top here is the flower. Imagine a tree, and then the leaves of the tree is what you're seeing on the surface of the water. But under the water, it's not volcanic rock, but rather kelp. It's quite breezy here today. We're going back to the seals, just having a look at them out on the rocks out there. Hope our viewers can see them nicely. Still basking in the sun, and I was telling you a little bit more about the seals, about their big eyes that are like torches, and that they are also known as the dogs of the sea because they're so comical and playful. So if you're diving, and it's quite a nice diving spot here, but it is a marine protected area, so you cannot take anything out of the water. But if you see a seal and you're diving, they will try and play with you because they're very playful animals. But you need to be quite careful because they've got very, very strong teeth, and they may nip at you or may nip your fingers. So the best thing to do is to close your hands and make sure none of your fingers are out so that they don't nip. So some of the threats for seals over the years would be also human pollution. You know, they can strangle the seal. So it's very important, ladies and gentlemen, please do not litter. Try not to destroy our ocean. And I know that I'm sure lots of you are very conservation conscious, and that's just one of the threats. But also seamen or fishermen, they will go out and fish, and they get very irritated with the seals because they eat a lot of the fish, and they have been shot in the past. So there are lots of seals, don't worry, we really have a lot of seals, and they are not threatened at the moment. So We don't need to worry too much about that. Just taking in this incredible scenery we have here today. And
well, while Karen's got incredible scenery at the beach, we have incredible scenery with the mom and his son, and it is epic to see the two of them on the road like this, nice and open, just grooming one another. Oh, my heart is full when I spend time with these guys. It's been a long time since I've seen the two of them as sort of affectionate as this, and to have them lying right out in the open on this kind of white sand with this beautiful spotted coat is just as good as one could ask for. They really look super cool across the road, so hopefully they'll just stay there for a little bit. And Thandi for once is not growling at Mareeps, which is unusual, because as we know, normally there's lots of growling that takes place with these two. They're normally having a full go at each other. Well, not so much him, but she's normally got a lot to say to him. Isn't this cool though? You can see how he's doing a really good job of grooming her, just making sure that he gets all those little ticks that she might have on the back of her head off, keeping her in really nice condition. And there we go, back to the Thandi smile again. It couldn't last that long. But look at this, just the two of them lying in the road. This is what makes the Sabi Sands in many ways so special, is this ability to just lie in the road like this and come across leopards just basically relaxing with one another on a road. It's not every day that you're going to see two leopards just lounging in the road, grooming themselves. And you'll find with him, he'll groom himself for a bit and then probably get a little bit bored and then come and lie with her, unless she moves, which is exactly the case. Oh, that's a first. When was the last time you saw Thandi actually move towards him to get a grooming cuddle session? Been a long time for me, at least, since I've seen her actually be the affectionate one out of the two. Oh, look at this. Isn't this cool? Oh. Like I say, this is exactly what the doctor ordered. There's a sighting like this. These two are so special. We've been so fortunate that we've actually managed to get a fair amount of time with the two of them later in his life. You know, the very formative early years, we didn't get a lot with little Mareeps. Unfortunately, he was in an area where it didn't quite allow for us to get a lot of him, being on Torchwood, and at the time we weren't traversing Torchwood, and so we didn't get to spend quality time with him as a very young cub. But then, you know, since then he's kind of come to Chitwa. We started getting traversed on Torchwood, and it's made life a whole lot better in many ways. We've got to get to know these two very intimately, and I think all of our worlds are a lot better for it, especially when you get a sighting like this, when you get the two of them just absolutely loving each other. Isn't that cool? So funny because she's letting him love her, but at the same time is growling at him and giving him a hard time as well. Cool though. Very, very, very cool. Now it does looks like they are heading towards Torchwood, which is going to be interesting because our signal doesn't do very well there. Just want to try and pull off a little bit so that the guys that are in the sighting with us, which is actually Herbie, so a lot of you all know Herbie, so that they actually can still see. I don't want to go in front of Herbie on. Did you put Herbie on? You have to wave, Herbie. So a lot of you will know Herbie well. But yeah, we're going to sit here and just enjoy these two and see what they get up to.
And I turned to Shaun and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. Either she was afraid that something had happened or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lions, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. Now, these lions had killed a kudu, and she could hear these two cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Shaun probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, two to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
It's not actually half a zebra, I'm sorry, I got that wrong, but it's also not much of a zebra. I was with this lot at sunset last night. I followed them for a little bit before they went into the drainage. They did not have this then. And that just shows you how quickly they have eaten a zebra. Wow. That's a lot of meat. Head is gone. Organs gone. They must have been really, really hungry. I can't see if there's 5 lionesses or 4. Okay, 5. And it's exactly the same ones from last night. It was very impressive. I think they might leave it. They might come for a nibble, but later on I think they'll just get off and leave. Which is exactly why the vultures are hanging around, waiting for that moment. Sorry, I got really distracted there. Are you able to ask that question again from Leopard Lover?
Nation and Ngala Private Game Reserve. How many
couldn't possibly list all the elements, I'm afraid. I know that nitrogen's a big one. Carbon will be released, but I really couldn't possibly list all of the elements that will go into the soil. But there absolutely will be elements, and that's the whole churn or turnover of the nutrient cycle. DK and carcasses do decompose, they do biodegrade, they're natural, they're organic, and they do put nutrients back into the soil, but I really couldn't list any more than that. Darkman, I think you should stand up now. Show us your full tummy. Oh, you were thinking about it, weren't you? Okay. I don't know when the last time the entire Talamati pride was seen together, because naturally it's a lot of them. 15 in total, and some of them are said to have cubs. I don't actually know when the last time they were all seen together was. And some of the younger sub-adults were seen mating, or the younger adults, sorry, were seen mating with the S8 male. So it's different dynamics within the pride now. I'd love to get an idea on what females we do actually have here. I'm actually feeling quite relaxed sitting here with these guys. Jump on the radio, find out the lineup, and hopefully we can stay with the Talamatis a little bit longer.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. At the moment, we're just sitting at the dam again, looking at birds. Wind slightly picked up, making it a little bit strange to be out there on foot. As it's swelling so much, you can potentially walk into a number of different things and startle them at close range, which is never a great idea when you are walking in an area where there's potentially dangerous animals. And meanwhile, less lethal, the grey heron. Let's see what he gets up to. Busy preening himself at the moment, so quite often we'll notice that birds will actually deliberately realign the individual barbs on the feathers to maintain them in a neat condition. Interesting thing about feathers is they consist of keratin, and they only grow in the first part, and then once they matured, then it's a non-living structure which needs continuous maintenance. Otherwise they will lose those feathers, and damaged feathers simply means you cannot fly. One of the things that I also find particularly interesting is that feathers already started evolving on dinosaurs, and birds eventually evolved from dinosaur-like ancestors. In their case, it would have used for ornaments, but eventually these ornaments became covering the body, which would have suggested that those reptiles also was undergoing a partial endothermic temperature change from just being ectothermic, where they would be dependent on outside temperature to regulate their body. As feathers insulate them, Unfortunately for birds, that became what insulated them, as well as created the ability to smooth their outline of their bodies and provide them with flight. And just like in some of their dinosaur-like ancestors, even feathers today are also used for ornamental purposes, and often with a purpose to impress a lady.
Wow, welcome back to Cozy Bay, and we're so excited. We found you some incredible wildlife here, marine life. We've got some anemone over here. Igor, if I can direct you to the anemone here. There's another one over there. Oh, I'm so excited. So there are over 1,000 species of different anemones and sea anemones, because you get anemones as plants as well. So these are called anemones because they're sea anemones because they're very similar to, in fact, to the anemone plant. The colouring is where they get their name from. So they'll even eat crabs. Just see it over here. Look at that. Woo. In comes the water. That's a beauty. What a find. What a find. If I stick my finger in it, it should close up. There we go, it's closing up. We've also got some limpets on the rocks here, as well as some periwinkles. These are lovely to eat. But like I said, this is a marine protected area and you cannot take anything out of the water. So we've got some lovely, oh, just fell off the rock here. Lovely periwinkle. Look at it. Isn't that gorgeous? Let's put him back on the rock. And the ocean is absolutely beautiful. It's cold, 9 to 13 degrees Celsius. Got my hands in the water here, waiting to get to that anemone. I want you to see it better. It's not a very colorful one, but still beautiful. And there's another one over here as well. I hope our viewers can see these. They come in the most beautiful colors. They can be cerise pink, you know, just absolutely gorgeous. A gorgeous day here today. I'm absolutely loving it. Hi Jamie, thank you for your question. Actually, I'm not sure, to be very honest with you. I'll have to look that up for you and get back to you, but I would think, actually, Jamie, I don't know. I'm so sorry. I'll have to come back to you on that one. The waves coming in, splashing over. Just absolutely stunning day here in Cozy Bay. Hi Kelly, thank you for your question. Are there any sea plants that we can't eat? We can eat these. This can be eaten. very, very good for you. It's incredibly good for you. But there would be some that you can't. But what we're looking at here at the moment, this is all edible. All of this. Now, I'm not a fan of it, but it's incredibly good for you, and my sister absolutely loves it. She eats it whenever she can. Lots of limpets on the rocks here. Incredibly strong. Look at this. Pushing it to see if it'll move. Just looking to see if we can find anything else here. Oh! Look what I found. Little sea snail. Beautiful. Stick him back in his place. And they're just the most amazing little pebbles here. Look at this. Wonderful shapes, different colors. Right, so we're just really just enjoying exploring the area here in Cozy Bay. What a gorgeous...
We have left our sleepy Talamatis for now, or at least some of them. Just to go on a bit of a bumble, check other areas and let other people go and see them, and then once that's died down, we will go back, and then hopefully they will be a little bit more awake and moving, maybe even feeding. It's always interesting to see when, mostly lions, when they are on a carcass and they all just leave it, everything just swoops down so quickly, and that'll be really interesting to see. But I just want to look around. I realized since I've come back, I actually haven't searched the north at all. I haven't been to Buffelshoek Dam. That's naughty. I really should do that. Buffelshoek Dam right now is my least favorite dam, but it changes. When I first arrived here, Buffelshoek Dam was what we would say pumping with action. Oh my goodness, some of the best sightings happened up there. But recently it's not so productive. And before you ask why, I'm not sure why, but it's my least favorite dam at the moment. That could easily change. It's all to do with water levels, vegetation, prey movement, purity of the water. That will affect the animals, and thus for us it will affect the sightings. I think my body's gone into shock after being in the tropics, right next to the equator. Tandy and Medivhs are. We know where the Talamatis are. But that's the only update I've had so far. I do wonder where Miss Kalamba is. Oh, I do. Bless me. Sorry everyone, I know listening to sniffles is really not that lovely. Especially my poor cameraman. It's part of the job. That's right, it's part of the job, listening to the presenter's sniffles. I did not catch that name. My second radio battery is dying. Dear, oh dear, the equipment here is not in good shape. But it is about a civet, and yes, many times. We do get civets here. Lots of them. But they are just nocturnal and they are very, very shy. Just going to do a bit of an exchange here. And we had one, a resident one in camp for a while that... I don't know if I would say habituated, but relaxed is maybe a better word. And it was always down near my room, and we would see it every night, just walking past. So yes, I have seen a civet. I'm not sure if I've ever put one live, have I? That's a better question. I don't actually know if I've managed to successfully get a civet live. But there definitely are civets around. I'm going to keep bumbling north, see what it brings, see what it delivers, and I am going to deliver Tristan to you.
We have a hyena that's walking away from Chitwa Dam at the moment. I thought I'd come back to this waterbuck carcass because it's the right time of day for crocs to start feeding on it. And I think it's Swazi that's just walking away. I know he was here this morning, but I think it's him that's just walking off down along the edge of the water, seemingly not too interested in trying to fetch this waterbuck from the dam. It's not the greatest idea, to be honest. You can hear all the birds shouting at him as he goes, a bit of guinea fowl action. Silly thing. That trot is also just to get out of the way of all these birds that are shouting at him.
Got a cool bombing.
You got a cool bombing, David. Swazi got bombed. Well, I think it's Swazi. Like I said, I'm not 100% sure. We know my hyena identification skills are not the best in this team of guides that we have. I mean, Lauren and Trish and Jamie were always far better at it than I ever was. But that's only because they took a lot of time with the hyenas, whereas, I've spent a lot more time with the leopards. Must admit that sighting now, while it was short-lived, I haven't even updated you guys. I forgot that you weren't with us during all of that. But basically, we couldn't follow them any further. They went into tortured into a no-signal zone. So that was the end of that, I'm afraid. And we ended up having to kind of come back towards the dam. Sad that we couldn't stay with them, but it is what it is. This carcass is looking horrendous now. Don't see any sign of crocs though, but I was hoping that maybe we'd start to see the carcass start to bob a little bit. That's when the crocs start to feed on it. And even at this time of the day, catfish, if it's open in any place, they might attempt to start breaking it down as well. And it will be pretty rotten. You can actually see the jawline because the jaw is facing us, I think. If you are not liking macabre pictures, it's probably not the best thing to look at. But if you look at the jaw area, you can see how swollen it is and how it's decomposing. There's like fur coming off of it now. So I'm pretty sure it's getting soft enough for these crocs to feed on it pretty well now. So hopefully one of them will come in and have a feed. It'll be pretty interesting, and we're close enough that we should get some really nice visuals if the croc does feed on it. Yes, Egyptian geese, calm down. So yeah, I think it was a worthwhile exercise just to come down. And anyway, we got a cool view of hyena walking through guineas and being bombed, as David would say. Chitwa Dam's always a good place to be at this time of the day. Weird things pop out. Not so much Tandi and Marips because we know they've gone into Torchwood, but here you could get Sabui, you can get Langa, you can get Shasha, Tsemba, Any of them could make an appearance at the dam, and especially if there's this water buck and it's got a bit of a scent to it, you never know what can come down and find it on the edge here and try and see if it can work out. The only animal I think that would try get close to that would be a leopard, because it can get onto that fallen tree and try and go along those branches and see if it could grab it and kind of pull it out. Maybe lions too, but the problem is it's, I think, a little too far out on too soft a branch for lions to actually access it. Is it just me, or did that carcass just bob? Maybe it's just me. Alright, well, we're just going to sit a little while longer. Like I say, we'll see what else is lurking.
Sea Forest is a brand new experience on the WildEarth channel. Freedivers will explore the great African sea forest in Cape Town, while naturalists explain what we are seeing.
Like trees in a forest, these kelp provide food and shelter for many, many species.
Magical encounters with shy marine life, crustaceans, seals, and so much more will all bring a window of calm into an otherwise chaotic world.
Here at the Advanced Rifle Handling Challenge, which is actually lots of challenges in one to gauge the contestants' skills at different distances and different speeds. This is probably the challenge that the contestants are the most nervous about. So let's get them locked and loaded. Are now doing the Hades hop, where they have to run back and forth to a target, turn, take aim, and shoot. And this simulates a chase in a real environment and gets the heart pumping and the blood pressure up. James gave us a demonstration, and the skill involved in this exercise is remarkable.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
The bushwalk feed allows the camera person some creative license. This is my favorite style of shooting. You have to be mentally and physically prepared. You're shooting handheld in some very strange and contorted positions, always with a straight back, often in the squat position, low to the ground. The creativity comes down to the relationship and sync you have with your presenter. The more you understand each other, the more you'll be able to tell the story seamlessly.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. On the opposite side of a dam, we are looking at a beautiful apple leaf tree, which is probably one of the largest specimens I've seen in this area. And this specific tree has actually fascinated me for a very long time, as if there's a big hole in the center of a tree where you can look through. Unfortunately, at the angle that we are standing at, you cannot look at it. So apple leaves are quite easy to identify. Their main stem is generally greyish in colour. It generally displays a very crooked stem as well, and it makes almost like an umbrella-shaped canopy. For a moment, I can also see through my binoculars that it's pushing out tiny little purple flowers, and I just love it when they produce these little flowers and they all start dropping down to the ground. It absolutely creates a beautiful little carpet around the tree. However, I wouldn't go and walk around there barefoot because bees are quite often attracted to those beautiful purple flowers. Eventually, those little flowers will be pollinated by the bees, as mentioned, and it will develop into a seed, and those seed pods are also often eaten by giraffe, as it's got quite nutritious There's a few things that I do find particularly interesting about this tree in terms of uses, and one of them is actually for the production of dugout canoes in the Okavango Delta. The other is to actually make mealie meal stampers, which is a pestle and mortar basically that's been made from this. It's not the only tree that gets used for the making of pestles and mortars. We also see that leadwood tree gets often used for that purpose. So maize, which is grinded down into those mortars with the pestle, is probably one of the most important food items in many rural areas still in South Africa, and has been so for almost 500 years now. And maize is not indigenous to South Africa. It comes from the Americas, and it was actually introduced by the Portuguese, who came around the Cape in roughly 1488. We also see that a number of other ways that maize was actually grinded down into a fine powder so that it can be cooked and before eaten was by means of using stone to grind it down. And one of the interesting things that we've seen with these grinding stones is that they were originally, prior to 500 years round, the mark inside the stone would be round, and eventually with maize, that was a harder thing to grind down. But this markings on the stones became oblong in shape that was created inside the grinding stones. Other than just for making those basic implements from them, they're also quite often used for poisoning fish, as the roots has got a very potent toxin, which is known as rotenone. While we stay around our water hole and see if there's any animals that are going to come in, let's go and see what Tristan is up to at his.
Well, still got all the usual stuff. So, waterbuck floating, Egyptian geese, and crocodile's just popped its head up. Not near the waterbuck, unfortunately. It's a little bit of the way off. It's not far. It's a little lazy, leisurely swim for our waterbuck. I mean, for our crocodile. Waterbuck's not swimming anyway. To where the waterbuck is. So we'll see if it comes in. I don't see where the other one is at the moment. So maybe the other one is just submerged close to the carcass, and that's why. This one hasn't come in yet, but we'll see if he comes in. I'm hoping it will, though. Just so peaceful here. David was saying to me he was enjoying the fact that there was layers to the image and the way that the bank curved and there was birds all along, which is not wrong. There was a lot of that kind of thing, so all the different types of birds that we're getting makes for very interesting filming. You got lots of, like David says, layers almost, and different focal points that you can kind of look at and try and absorb, or not absorb, but just try and kind of take in. Alrighty. There's not much else happening. The Nkuhumas are apparently on Hofmans, so everybody knows about what's happening with them. I don't know if the cubs are there, but they are on Hofmans. Carl, you're asking if we've spotted the new baby hippo that was born on Friday. I mean, it sounded like you were here, Carl, when the new baby hippo was born, but no, I haven't spotted the new baby hippo. And to be fair, normally what happens with the hippos here, and the baby hippos at that, is that they get put in the corners of the dam, specifically that far end close to the camp, to the rooms, and the babies stay there because it's just much easier for them to kind of sit on the edge, and we can't drive there unless there's a sighting. We can't go there for hippos, so maybe that's where it is and why we haven't seen it. Also, I've only been to the dam today for the first time, I think, since Friday. Maybe I have been before that, I don't know. But I think it's since Friday is the first time that I've been there. Or been here, should I say. So no, I haven't seen the little baby hippo, but I shall look out for it and try and see if I can find it for you. It'll be nice if we do find said baby hippo. Baby hippos are super cute at the best of times, so I'm hoping that we will be able to get it at some point. I've had some of my most traumatic hippo sightings here though, with baby hippos, unfortunately being eaten or killed. Did you get a nice yawn there, David? Talking about traumatic things, is that when you see that hippo open its mouth like that and you see that yawn, you realize just how dangerous the teeth are on these animals, and it very quickly tells you why little baby hippos can be killed by them. And so I've seen at this dam, I think it must be easily 4 or 5 babies killed by male hippos. It's pretty rough when that happens. It's really not ideal to see them getting thrown around and killed and all of that kind of thing. So, but it is the way it is, unfortunately. That is the life of a hippo, and it's nature, and you know, its strongest survive, and it's all a rite of passage and dominance for hippos that are in this area. And if the male hippo had lost and a new male's come in, then I suppose he deserves the right to mate with the females that he's fought for, and so therefore should get a chance. But yeah, it's never nice to watch. Josh, no, not at all. Pretty sure terrapins have been feeding off it, and I think you'll find the reason why it's not being fed on is that the crocodiles, probably because the weather as well. Remember that they're cold-blooded, so crocodiles need heat of the sun, and it's been cold for 3 days now. They've been struggling to get any sort of heat to warm up, to be active. So that will be the one side of it. The second side of it is that they don't have the ability to chew. So there's no way for them to shear off pieces of meat. And sometimes with big carcasses like this, it's very difficult for them to break chunks off. And so what they do is they stash it like this, and they let it bob about and let it basically rot to the point where it gets so soft and tender that when they grab it and they shake, nice chunks come off and they can then swallow it. They don't really care that it's rotten at that point, as long as they get the meat in. But if it's kind of tough and it's not coming off nicely, that's part of the reason why. Also, the fur of a waterbuck is thick, and so the fur will eventually start to rot out and fall off, and it makes it much easier for them to eat. The other thing that might have happened is because we're in the winter periods, these guys maybe have eaten something quite big already, and so they don't have huge capacity for this. And because there's only 2 crocodiles in this dam, if both of them have eaten well at some point, and it could be, I mean, you never know, they might have gotten an antelope, a few weeks ago, and they just haven't digested well yet, so they're not that hungry, and so they're waiting for this to rot, and they'll just kind of take it easy. These 2 hippos are sizing each other up. You can see they're spraying and throwing poo all over the place. Delightful. But the other one did the exact same thing, and then this one responded as well. So I'm sure it's 2 males that are just having a little bit of a go at one another. You'd have heard the hardy-dar ibis also landing. That one's rolling on its back. Do you see that there? See the little feet coming out? This is all displaying to one another. See maybe some yawns and opening of the mouths. That's often a good indicator that they are in a bit of a competition. See, there we go. So this is all to try and show the competitor, listen, I'm the dominant one here. And if they feel like they're evenly matched, then the fight starts and they start to go after one another. Look at all of this. Arthur, I've never, I mean, the fight does go under the water, but mostly on the surface. You see them clashing teeth and throwing each other, and sometimes even on land. They'll go... They'll go kind of onto land and fight with one another. But yeah, it's under the water, so they'll chase each other, and then they come up and rear up, and then the mouths come together. But this is just still display phase. We're not in fight phase yet. For now, just showing off more than anything else. I've seen also some brutal fights here. I remember the one day we were sitting, and we just started game drive, and often when I used to start it, I used to sit on the dam wall here because the sun rises beautifully over the dam, and if it's a nice kind of sunrise, then you get this sort of beautiful look of the sun coming, and the whole dam almost turns orange as the sun comes up. And we were sitting on the dam wall over there, and we just heard this commotion in the bush here, and you could just hear clattering of trees and sort of animals running through, and we went in and we found 2 bull hippos, and they were absolutely hammering each other. There was blood flying all over the place and teeth, and they just had a huge clash. And eventually they ran from there. The one started to try run back to the dam here, and then was caught at the edge of the dam wall here and started fighting and going crazy. And the noise of all of this and the blood and everything else, hyenas arrived, and then I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was the Majingalans. The 4 of them came running in as well, and then both hippos went into the water, and that kind of settled it for a while. And then that evening it went again, and we never actually saw that other hippo again. But the wounds that it had by the time it left this dam were horrendous. There was bits of flesh missing and cuts and all kinds of things from that fight. So been a lot of that kind of thing at this dam. You can imagine, especially in the dry season when there's not a lot of water, they don't really have a lot of options, so they've got to come into this area to try and find some semblance of water to rehydrate that skin and to stop that sunburn process, and then they run into each other. All right, I think we'll sit for a couple more minutes just to see if this croc maybe makes a bit of a move. Otherwise, we'll carry on and go and see what else is lurking.
It's getting rather gloomy at this side. The sun's long from setting, but it's gloomy, losing a little bit of light. We did a loop around the reserve. One sort of mistake you can make as a guide is assuming that once you've got your sighting, that's your sighting, and you stay there, I can actually miss a lot of other things that might be happening. So that's why I know the lions are not going anywhere. I'm just going to sit. I'm just going to loop around and see if you can just pick up on anything else. Maybe yes, maybe no. And this area here was absolutely flooded last night with buffalo. Oh my goodness. Flooded. The entire area was just a sea, an ocean of buffalo. And they have all but disappeared. It's amazing. I mean, you can see that they were here. You can see the tracks, you can see the dung. You can actually smell them, but all but disappeared. And the lions completely ignored the buffalo and went for the zebra. Maybe they fancied a change. All these black spots along the road are dung piles. Not rocks, not stone, buffalo dung. I haven't heard them being called in on the radio, so I don't actually know where that herd is right now. slowly going to bumble back to the Talamati Pride, and let's hope they're actually awake. We're heading back to the lions now. Our loop was not successful. Buffelshoek Dam was not successful. Really nothing happening there. Sometimes Miss Kalamba can be around that area, especially Gwari Pan. Tandy used Gwari Pan then, and I think it would be a place that Kalamba may use as well. Sometimes she's often found around the Buffelshoek Dam area. I don't know where that sassy cat is. I haven't seen a single female leopard track on Djuma. She may not be on Djuma, of course. She pushes into Torchwood, she goes into Buffelshoek. She doesn't really cross Triple M, as far as I know. She bumps into Kara on that side, and I've never really heard of Kalamba being seen on Simbambili or Arathusa. Which way am I gonna go? This way. But she's been dipping her paws into Chitwa and Little Gowrie, but I don't think she would den there. Delilah, you're 13 years old. You are asking, would a lion make a kill and not eat it? I would highly doubt it, but I guess it's possible. Maybe a youngster, maybe a sub-adult lion who was just hunting for fun but not actually hungry, and then realised, I don't want to eat this, I'm going to catch up with the pride. So it's possible, it's quite unlikely, especially in this environment. It's very, very cold right now. It's bitter out, and these animals need food to keep all the energy up in their tummy and their body. It's very unlikely that they would use so much energy to bring down a zebra and not eat it. But maybe, when you say kill, a sub-adult would maybe kill a mongoose or something smaller, a reptile, and then naturally it may decide not to eat it. But I think a big animal like a buffalo, a zebra, a giraffe, even a wildebeest, waterbuck, that takes a lot of doing. I don't think they would leave that. Unless they were chased off by other lions, of course. But generally speaking, lions tend to eat their food. Will they be awake when we go back? Kat said no. I'm also thinking no, but you never know. They can surprise you. It's getting darker now. I haven't had any updates on Tingana either. I mean, the last I saw, he was looking fine and dandy, but that was a good 6 weeks ago now, maybe even more. I don't know where Mr. Tingana is. His nomadic tendencies are thrown him far and wide now. Okay, I am hopefully going to be with the lions in the next little while. But let's take a look at the expeditions you can all join here at Djuma.
still with our hippos, I just stayed for a little bit because it looks like a female's joined the fray, or at least another hippo. I can't see nicely with the kind of contrast. It's on the edge of that light and dark area. But maybe that's why these two boys are competing a little bit, is maybe, just maybe, there's an issue here with the two of them kind of coming across a female in heat and wanting to mate, and that always drives competition in hippos. So let's see what happens. They've been pretty relaxed for the most part now. There hasn't been too much in the way of fighting or yawning or anything like that. In fact, both of them are under, and every now and then they come up. But I think if there's a bit of movement from the one, you'll find the other one will do the same thing. Yes, Thickney, I hear you. The Thickney that is making a lot of noise. Chitwa Dam. There's always so much to see. If you just sit here for long enough, you start picking up little things that you didn't really notice were happening. Like these two hippos, I'm sure have been sort of sizing each other up for a while. It hasn't just been right now that they've been doing it. But because we've been watching other things, we haven't really noticed them doing it. And it's only when we sit and kind of looked at the carcass for a while that the two hippos kind of rear up. Bucket? No idea. It'll be pretty constant because of how big this dam is. It would take a number of days of cold weather for the temperature to really drop too heavily. So I would... I don't know. Maybe I'd... somewhere in the low 20s maybe would be my guess. Like 21, 22 degrees, maybe a little bit higher, depending on the time of year. I don't know. It'd be interesting. I've never... Maybe we should do that one day. Let's get a thermometer and put it in here in summer and see what it does. You know, just kind of record it every day for a couple weeks and see if these cold patches like this, how much of a temperature loss there is on a dam like this, as opposed to the winter months, what the temperature would be. It would just be fascinating to know. But it can't get too cold. I mean, we live in a place where we don't get crazy weather. I know we complain of cold every now and then. But it's not like it's freezing. It's not like we're feeling like we're being frosted here, and kind of frozen solid. So the temperature would drop in this dam, but it wouldn't be crazy amounts. Otherwise, things like little tiger fish and those kinds of things wouldn't survive here. And these two, I think, have lost interest in each other for now. And we're both scent marking and making a big scene, and now it seems like everybody's calmed down. I also think there's a little pied kingfisher nest below us here. There was one that was flying in and out, and I can't actually see the hole, but I think they might be nesting on this little bank. They often do nest in banks. So, it'd be quite cool, little kingfisher nest. It's crazy to think at one point we could drive to that island on the other side here. It was dry on the other side. Leopard lover, is there a bird where a female has to impress the male? Why are you laughing, actually, David? No. What are you thinking of?
I'm wondering what you're going to say.
You're wondering what I'm going to say? Well, I'm trying to think. I don't think so, actually. No, I can't think of anything. I'm sure there is one somewhere, but I can't think of it. And I certainly don't know of any in this area that come to mind. But then again, I am getting old, and so, you know, every now and then don't really think of everything. But no, not that I can think of. I think it's pretty much up to the boys in all of these places or all of these species to impress the females. Can you think of any, David, around the world?
I can't.
Oh, I so can't. No, none come to mind. Like I say, I'm sure there is one somewhere. There's got to be, but none come to my mind. It's why most birds, the males are always more brightly coloured than the females. They tend to be the ones that need to court, and so the brighter colours work a treat. David, I don't think these two are going to fight. What do you think? No. The computer says no, David. Oh well, that's the way it goes. I think what we might do is we might leave Chitwa now. Just go on a bumble and see what we get. It's getting dark, and so it's almost that time of the day where things of the nocturnal nature will be out and about, especially on a dark night like tonight. It's a good night for things like civets and genets to come out a little earlier than they normally do, as well as obviously the cats. But we know our most seen cats are all accounted for, well, not all, but the most seen ones are accounted for this afternoon. So Tanya and Reeps are by far our most seen leopards lately, the Reeps being probably the most seen one. And then the Talamatis, so going to have to rely on a less usual suspect to come into the fray. All right, we're going to continue on and see what else we can go and find.
Operating for 27 years, Eco Training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. WildEarth has been working closely with Eco Training to promote the safari guide industry and create awareness for its importance. This is why, for 1 month only, we are offering all WildEarth viewers an opportunity to receive a discount on an Eco Training safari guide course. Contact Eco Training today to find out more, and remember to quote Eco Wild Live to receive your discount.
Competitors are in the room behind me right now for the birding challenge, where they have to look at pictures and identify the birds and then separately listen to bird calls and identify them. But it's not easy. This is going to be the toughest one. Here we have the previous year's winners. You can see they're trying to see if they can remember all the answers, and look at them taking a sneak peek.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we'd normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I love being a cam op for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
We're back on Mamba Road, almost back at the Talamatis. What do you think, guys? They'll be sleeping or they'll be awake? We shall soon find out. Naturally, although they're full, their body clock will start to wake up now. They're nocturnal, so their body clock is very much suited for when that sun's starting to go down. I don't even know the time right now. It's 6 o'clock, so we're getting there. Best way to position. Do you think we should go in here or Faye? They're all starting to wake up in here. Okay, bear with me. I'm just trying to... Oh, we're yawning. Oh, we're all got our heads up. Hello, cats. Oh my goodness, they're judging my bad driving. Don't judge me, guys. What do you think in here? Or around? Now go forward a little bit. That was a question, I think maybe Amy? Asking why do they need more sleep? Well, they do sleep, that's true. Haley, you're 10 years old. Can you work with this? Okay, I'm just trying to position. It's not easy always getting into a side eye. Just because they use a lot of energy, and I think about how big a zebra is, how big and how fast a zebra is. So these cats have got to outrun a zebra and take it down and then kill it. And I know that doesn't sound very nice, but it takes a lot of energy. And to be honest, these lions walk all night. All night. Sometimes the ground that lions can cover is absolutely incredible. Really, the distance is phenomenal. So they're tired. Imagine if you walked the whole day and you didn't stop. You would be tired. So because they are nocturnal, that just means that they're active during the night. So when we see them sleeping during the day, they're just resting, as we do at night time. We sleep the whole night, right? So they just sleep the whole day. That they are very active at night. We've had lions in one part of the reserve, and then they're all watching Darkmane eat the carcass. They don't look very happy, do they? But yes, we've had lions at one part of the reserve and woke up the next day, and those lions have been completely at the other side of another reserve. It's remarkable. And they call and they socialize and they interact. That all takes energy. So they don't really need as much sleep, but of course they are powerful animals and they do need to rest when they make a big hunt like this. WildEarth back on lock with the Talamatis on Mamba Road. Darkmane, do you not want to see if the ladies are maybe hungry? I think that's a no. And there's really not that much left, so he's probably scraping the barrel here. And the ladies are just watching. Short-tail's definitely here. Little Tinkerbell, I saw her last night. My comms broke up, I didn't get that. Lion lover, I don't see any differences personally. I'm not entirely sure if you're referring to genetics or physical attributes, but physically they're not different. I mean, you get really, really big lions here in the sort of Greater Kruger area, and you also get big lions up there. You get huge prides here, you also get huge prides up there. In my time in the Masai Mara, at least, I don't think there's any real differences. And it's still the same species, the African lions. I mean, the sausage tree pride was a really big pride when we were following them, but you also get huge prides in this area as well. They still very much hunt cooperatively. They've got larger grounds to cover. Oh, see there. I got a fright there. They want food and he's growling at them. Shame, they're hungry. It's like when your dog sits at the dinner table and just looks at you. That's what's happening here. They know not to mess with him, though. At the end of the day, Darkmane is a big male lion. Bless you, dear. You sound like me. You've got the sniffles. It's this one at the very left, at the back. She is just scowling at him. Oh, and there's little short tail standing up now. Do you see her there? Beautiful, beautiful little lioness. Kylie, 100%. 100%. I mean, there definitely are other external factors at play. Area, competition, coalitions. How many prides are in that specific habitat, season, prey resource. But yes, at the end of the day, the bigger the pride, then the more area they can cover. And of course, prides sit within the territory of a male coalition. So coalitions reside over many different prides, but yes, the bigger the pride, the sort of greater an area they can cover. But it's always worth remembering that there's other external factors at play always, and that's why you do get differences in animals across the board. Like the lions you find in Namibia, they're still lions and they look really similar, if not a little bit paler, but they have specialized adaptations to surviving in the desert, but they're still African lions and they still look the same. And there's 5 of them, extremely powerful females, and still they're not crossing Darkmane. This is very sweet. Amanda, you can see some tenderness between them sometimes. When they're mating, there's a lot of tenderness and licking and whatnot, but generally speaking, it's the females, and they will groom the females, allo grooming. But you can see it occasionally between male and female lions, especially when they're a romantic pair. Look at them all just creating this barricade, staring at him. Girls, what you gonna do? But it really is the females. They're very tactile with one another. They really tighten those bonds by grooming and cuddling and all sorts. Sorry, bless me. Do you see the ones in the back? Is that dark patch blood, do you think? It's difficult to tell now that we're losing light. I think it is. Yeah, it's blood. That must have been where the carcass was opened. Oh no, there's a bit meat there. The one in the back's got something, I think. I don't know what. Sharing is not really caring within lions. Look at that one in the front, just gnawing on the vegetation. Giving up, going vegetarian. And not loving it by the looks of things. It's nice to just sit and watch them and listen to the birds, so that's exactly what we're gonna do. We're now infrared. The ambient light has just got a bit too low. It's earlier than usual, but of course it's very overcast. There's some crunching, there's some licking. So I think we're just going to sit here. The birds are doing their last song of the day. The diurnal birds, that is. Let's just sit and listen to all the sounds around us. Oh dear, everyone. We've got rain. So we are going to have to batten down the hatches at this side, I'm afraid. You will hear some noises. Okay, we're going to keep sitting here, but we're now going to have to put all of our rain covers on and hopefully stay dry. It is raining. We are having to put some covers on right now. Bear with us. If it gets any heavier, we will have to go back to camp, I'm afraid. But for now, we're just covering the basics. Stays at bay. Don't really want to get rained on. You can see they still haven't moved towards him. He really is keeping them at bay. 1 male, 5 lionesses. Sorry, bless me, everyone. Never ending. This is what I get for going to the Maldives for a month. And Caitlin, most of the adults, I think so. But I couldn't conclusively say that. But most of the adults that, of course, they're reproductively mature. Yes. I remember having a sighting with dark mane at Gowrie Dam when Gowrie Dam was completely dry. It was empty. So he was in the middle of it, but there was no water, and he was having a little bit of trouble. But yes, he was mating. Or was that one of the Nkohumas? I think that might have been an Nkohuma, actually, because that was a while back. We've actually only started to see the Talamatis and Djuma recently. I know I've said that earlier, but being here for 3 years, I mean, the first year and a half, I didn't see the Talamatis at all. I only heard about them. Talamatis from Buffelshoek. And I always wanted to meet them, and I eventually did get to meet them, but it was very sporadic. It was either on the cut line or they were in Buffelshoek and we could just view them from a distance. Sit here. Hopefully the rain does not come down. If the lions start calling, you'll be right back with us. But for now, let's head over to Tristan.
Well, we're hoping the same thing, although we've had a few drops hit us already where we are. I'm sorry about being out of action for a little bit. I have to apologize to Lauren because I bumped into somebody that I haven't seen in probably almost 12 years now. That we used to be quite close, so I was just having a quick hello to them. Didn't want to be rude, and so we then got ourselves to Twin Dams. We had a hyena just walk past not too long ago, whooping, but went into Little Gowrie. So for now, we're just sitting at Twin Dams, just having a little listen. We also put our rain covers on quickly because for us it's also been raining a little bit. But the clouds look like they should be going in the opposite direction, not towards us.
Apologize, everybody. One, for my sneeze. I don't know if we're going to last much longer out here. And two, for Tristan and his technical difficulties. Tristan, I tell ya. I'm only teasing. I love him to bits. Oh dear. I hope they start calling again. Of course, we're contact calling for the rest of the pride. And the rest of the pride, or at least some of them, are at Sussens Dam, which is quite far from here. And that is some distance. Was that Frank or Frank? Fascinating thing about lions. For me, it has to be the pride, the dynamics, although they get grumpy at each other at a kill site and there's a lot of competition, the dynamics are so strong. Naturally, I'm a female and I relate to these females. I really think sometimes that the bonds between the lionesses in the pride is so strong that sometimes they just put up with the males. Really.
they need a male naturally to conceive, and they just sometimes have to put up with them. Of course, when they give birth to male offspring, they do love their offspring and raise their offspring, but I just think the power and the strength and the unity and the cohesive bonds among female lionesses in the pride is just incredible. I mean, you can see it, you can feel it, I remember following a lioness in Namara. I think she was from the Salt Lake Pride. And she couldn't find the pride for days on end and just calling and looking miserable. And all she wanted was to be with her pride. And they eventually got reunited. But there's just, for me as a female, that's the most fascinating thing about them. Maybe not for everybody. I think social dynamics are really interesting. And I've said this before live, but there's a really famous quote that if a lion could talk English or Afrikaans or whatever language you speak, we still would not understand him. And what that means is, even if these Talamatis were speaking English, we just wouldn't get them. We live in such different worlds, have such different It's a very soft contact call. Have such different sensory apparatus, sensory perceptions. And even although we're both Talamatis, dark men, myself, Khat, we're sitting here in exactly the same place, Mamba Road, Junction, Drakensberg, we're having two very different experiences. And would we ever be able to relate to a lion? Because we're only looking at the lion from a human perspective. So how we see a lion and how we judge a lion is from a human perspective. So how do we know what it's like to be a lion? We don't. We only know what it's like to be a lion from a human perspective. I hope that makes sense. Not entirely sure it does, as I'm clearly suffering from a head cold right now. So we will really never understand what it's like to be a lion, but of course we can try and learn about them as much as we can. And to finish up that question, the social bonds just blow me away every time. I spend a lot of time with lions. Different prides, from the Sausage Tree Pride, the Olololo Pride, the Salt Lake Pride, the Marsh Pride, Nkuhumas, Talamatis, Torchwood, Sticks. Darkman, what are you doing? There you go, there's a head. Is clearly getting possessive over his zebra, but we're going to sit tight here and see what happens.
The WildEarth channel now runs for 24 hours a day and is filled with exciting wildlife experiences for the whole family. In addition to our twice daily live safaris from Africa, we launch Sea Forest. Free divers explore the great African kelp forest under the water in Cape Town, while naturalists on the surface explain what we are seeing in real time. Our Escape to Nature series features exceptional wildlife footage throughout the day, and here you can immerse yourself in the sights and sounds of nature. And finally, we are launching a brand new penguin experience later this month, where you can follow the lives of a group of African penguins daily and in real time. If you want to join in on these experiences, then head over to wildearth.tv/channel to see where you can watch. Escape to nature with WildEarth.
And I turned to Shaw and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. Either she was afraid that something had happened or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lions, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. Now, these lions had killed a kudu, and she could hear these two cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Sean probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Well, we are slowly bumbling away from Treehouse Dam. Hopefully we're going to get something. It's good conditions tonight for weird and wonderful things. It's wet from the rain the last few days, so digging is easy, which means things like aardvark and pangolins have a wonderful time. This is also a good time of year for pangolin because this is when they start looking for mating opportunities. So September, October, November, often very good months for them. It's because the bush generally hasn't actually thickened too much, although this year I think it's going to be early that the bush is going to be thick. So maybe something like that, or an aardvark. It's been dark for quite a while now because of the cloud cover. So yeah, I can never know. Maybe we'll get something like that. Civet would also be nice. Actually, so I had a nice sighting of the civet the other day when I was at Londolozi. Had a very cool sighting of one. It'd be nice to get one on drive. I can't remember the last one I actually had on camera live. It's been a while. I suppose it's because we also haven't been out at night much. We've been finishing until recently. Already we would have been finished our drive. So, you don't have a huge amount of nocturnal presence, whereas now we're going a little bit later. Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll start to see some of the more nocturnal creatures like bush babies and civets and genets and those kinds of things. The only problem with them is that they typically don't sit still. They mostly just run away because they are not actually that used to people and cars. And when they hear this big car coming along, they normally are trying to avoid it, which makes life a little bit tricky from a viewing point of view. Alrighty, impalas. Stop here for a little bit and just have a little listen. I always think it's a good thing at night to stop, listen. Going into infrared, you're more than welcome to, David. Off you go. Are we close enough?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. So see how the impalas are coming out onto the fire breaks now. At this time of the night, they like to move into these fire break areas. Much easier to spot a predator on the fire break than it is if you're in the thickets. So fire breaks, clearings, all of those kinds of things are going to be important for an impala to survive the night. Although, at the moment, they're living a charmed life. It seems as though very few leopards are moving around on Djuma. Make life a lot easier to survive when there are not as many around. Louis, yeah, quite a few actually. So things like, in fact, most animals out here have to have periods of diurnal and nocturnal activity because of predator-prey situations. So like leopard and lion, for example, they do sleep more in the day than they do at night, but they are active at both times. I mean, I've seen leopards walking all through the day, seen leopards sleeping at night. So they're not as nocturnal as everyone believes them to be. They're more what we call crepuscular days, which is, sunrise, sunset, and the hours preceding and post that event. And lions to a degree as well. Things like impalas, they're active in the day and move around a lot, and at night it's not like they just sleep. They're still up and moving and walking around, so they have to be active at both times. Things like elephants move around a lot at night as well as during the day. Buffalo are a little bit different. They actually do sleep a little bit at night. Rhinos move a lot at night. There's a lot of animals that are a bit of both. They're not strictly nocturnal or diurnal. Hippos, again, they're fairly active in the day too. You see them in the water moving around, as well as then at night they're out and walking. Out here you can't really box things. There's certain animals that are very strictly nocturnal, and there's certain animals that we know do better in diurnal, and why we don't. So like impala, for example, they wouldn't be something that anyone would view in the dark. Normally we can do it because we have infrared light, but with a spotlight you wouldn't want to shine on them, and we call them diurnal animals. But and the reason is that their eyesight is much better during the day than it is at night, and viewing them at night is not necessary because of how common they are in the day, and because they are generally pretty much the same whether you view them at night or day. Where it's come in with spotlights and people using spotlights, particularly for leopard and lion, is that those animals tend to display a lot more in those hours, and they tend to be walking and people want to see them, and they're harder to find, and they're not as regular as an impala, and so that's why a spotlight has been used on those animals. And their eyes and then the way that they do things adjust accordingly a lot better than what these guys do. So that's why we kind of have the different protocols for things. But most animals out here have to survive, and so they have to find periods of activity in both dark and light. Otherwise, the survival is not great. But the strict nocturnals would be things like the civets and aardvarks and those kinds of things, even though you do get them in the day in some places too. There's always exceptions to the rules. All right, we shall leave our impalas and carry on. In the meantime, though, you can take a look at the discount you can get from Eco Training.
Operating for 27 years, Eco Training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. WildEarth has been working closely with Eco Training to promote the safari guide industry and create awareness for its importance. This is why, for 1 month only, we are offering all WildEarth viewers an opportunity to receive a discount on an Eco Training safari guide course. Contact Eco Training today to find out more, and remember to quote Eco Wild Live to receive your discount.
Dark meat is still feasting away on this poor zebra. He's charged the females. He clearly feels they're getting a bit too close, and he charged them. A few growls, but nothing else, and they were getting closer and closer. I actually think we can go forward a little bit. Yeah. I think we would have better views if we do that. How is that? Okay. We can't really see him though, but at least we can see the ladies. They're all just lining up. They were just waiting for him to move off, even just for a split second, and they'll be right in there. And granted, they don't always, but I guess mostly, I touched on this earlier, these sort of juicy, most nutritious parts are the internal organs in the main cavity of the body. That's really what they all want. And then, of course, the head, they do eat the inners, they do eat the brain, but naturally, there's a lot of bone to get through to get that. There's a lot of crunching. Gonna really get through that skull. That takes a lot of effort. So if you think of under the tummy of most prey species, it's very, very soft at the opening of the rib cage. And they can naturally get into that very, very easy. And that's where there's a lot of blood, a lot of organs, and then they start to eat the muscles. So that's why they leave it last. You can hear, I'm not sure if you can hear, but you can hear him crunching. Vera, you're saying you love the lion's tail at the end. It's like a signature. I think you mean the fluff. I love to call it the fluff. That little black part that the short tail is missing. I don't know what you mean by signature. But I do also love it. It's very sweet. It's very iconic of a lion. You can mistake that tail for any other species. I'm not sure what it means by signature. Or maybe you mean like the tail of a signature. Like a lot of people's signatures at the end sort of curl up. I'm gonna think it means like that. So I see where you go with it. He's just not letting them come closer. Some of them have just given up and gone to sleep, but some, they're keeping a watchful eye. Okay, we're going to continue to sit here to see how this all plays out. We're just going to sit with the pride. You can hear him crunching. Sometimes you can hear the occasional growl. We're plunged into darkness, so we're just going to sit here and listen to all the sounds that are coming from our lions here. those vehicles earlier, but when they stopped, you can still hear that dark mane crunching away.
Well, we're still battling along. Sorry, excuse me. I don't know why I'm coughing. I can't get rid of this cough. I've had it for so long. It's so irritating. But anyway, not much more to show. We had a brief visual of a white-tailed mongoose, or honey goose, as Morgan and Trishala like to call them. But yeah, unfortunately, as is the case with most nocturnals, unless you're actually with us at the time, they tend to disappear long before we can even kind of get you across to us, which is what just happened now. So he kind of ran off into the long grass and left us for dead. Very rude, David. Very, very rude. Do you know what I haven't seen a lot of? Is bush babies. Bush babies seem to have been so absent the last year, and I have absolutely no idea why. We used to see a lot of them, but there really has been very, very few of them. I wonder if there's any direct correlation to the number of elephants and the trees that have been pushed down as to why we don't see as many bush babies. An interesting thought as to whether or not there is a correlation there. But yeah, it's definitely a lot fewer bush babies over the last year than I've ever seen before. We normally kind of get them, not every night, but they're quite common. But lately, it's just I can't even remember the last bush baby I saw. But I suppose again, we haven't really been out at the times that they're out. They start coming out now. This is when you start to see them emerging and hopping about and doing their thing. So maybe it's just that's the reason. And this area where we are now is a really good place for bush babies. We see a lot of them here. Oh, Christine, there's no idea. He's not going to end up staying here, so none of the females here, really. Although you can never say never, he might end up staying, but I don't think so. Way too many boys around for him to get a serious shot at staying in this area. So the answer to that is no idea. It really depends where he distributes. He could distribute western Sabi sands, central Sabi sands, southern Sabi sands, into Kruger, into Manileti, into Timavati, into Thorny Bush. It could go anywhere. I mean, it's really difficult to say he's going to be at any of those places. So yeah, that I'm afraid cannot be answered with any sort of even me, who likes to hypothesize and always likes to see things in a certain way. It's just not possible in a young male like that. We have absolutely no idea where he's going to end up, and therefore we can't with any sort of chance speak about where he's going to be and which females he's going to be mating with. If it was a female, if he was female, then different, because we know then he might stick around in this area. And I say might because sometimes females will also distribute and they'll go in their own way and own place. But if that was the case, then he would have a few options. She would have a few options. But as a young male, that's not going to happen unless by some miracle he's able to fly under the radar for long enough that he can then challenge Mulawati and take over a section of Torchwood and then kind of hang out there for a while until he gets bigger. I mean, stranger things have happened, but it's very, very seldom that would be the case. And so, yeah, no idea is the simple answer to a very long-winded explanation that I just gave. It went around in circles a little bit. David, you got any ideas where he's going to mate with? No clue as well. I thought that might be the case. You know, I'm always so surprised that we never get more visuals of aardvark, particularly in some of these areas, because you come here in the morning sometimes, you find the tracks all over the place, particularly this Mendoza Road area. If you drive through here, there's just aardvark holes everywhere. Same as off Philemon's Cutline, and then there's always a aardvark that walks around on the Buffelshoek boundary, close to the little sign that goes into Buffelshoek. See its tracks there regularly, but never really get to see it. And when they had those camera traps up, they had a camera trap at that signboard, and that aardvark was caught I don't know how many times at that camera trap. And it was interesting because it was always, I mean, I know why we don't see them because of the time, but it was always like just after sort of 8, anyway, from after 8 until about 3 in the morning. And otherwise it wasn't, we didn't catch it. Or in fact, that went for most of the cameras, the aardvarks were around that time. Sailor, any animals that we only find in the Sabi sands? No, not that I know of. Pretty much everything out here is found in other places. Yeah, no, nothing that I can think of. It might be some sort of weird little forb or something like that, but I don't know of anything. I've never come across anything that only occurs just in the Sabi sands. And the reason for that probably being the case is that the Sabi sand and its ecosystem and its all of the way that it's put together is exactly the same as kind of a few 100 meters inside Kruger. So therefore Kruger pretty much gets everything that the Sabi sand gets, and so you can't say it's only endemic to here. There's a little scrub here running down the road. Sorry, little scrub here. I was blinding you there for a second. Scrub is just on Impala Plains, which has got a whole bunch of impalas on it. Fancy that. Now you know why it's called Impala Plains. Again, open clearing in the bush. Perfect place. Sorry, David, I'm just checking. Where they can hide out for them, the predators. I suppose not hide, but actually make themselves as visible as possible. All right, let's carry on. Hopefully we'll pick up something of interest along the way here.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more.
For me, the best part about being a guide is being able to live out in Africa's wild places and being able to share that with people. Of all the challenges, for me, the one that I'm probably the most comfortable with is the game drive. I think that's what I do most days, so that would probably be what I feel like I'd do the best at. It's like someone's put little Lego blocks up there and made this perfect little sort of statue, and there's another one further along as we drive. One of the challenges I'm the most nervous about would probably be shooting. I think on the day there's always quite a bit of pressure and intimidation, always associated with it, but I guess we'll see how it goes.
I hope I'll win this competition, but if I don't, it's still been an experience of a lifetime, and I've learned a lot and met a lot of really, really cool people.
We've seen these ellies really chase wild dogs before. Let's get into the spot. There we go, here it comes. Look at that, isn't that amazing?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Well, we're still bumbling along. Yeah, just we come off Impala Plains, not much has changed in the last little bit. Just driving nice and slow in case we can spot something amongst these thickets. This area is very, very, very dense on both sides, but it is a good place. Sorry, little scrub here. Scrub here that's just lying in the road. There's no little babies with it, David, that you can see. Sometimes when they just sit in the road like this, it's because their little leverets are suckling from them, but this one doesn't have any of those. It also doesn't look like a fully grown adult. I mean, I can't see much, to be honest. Like I say, I don't have a monitor, so what you guys are seeing is completely, well, I'm completely clueless as to what you're seeing. So it does look a bit younger. It does look a little younger. This looks like it's about to attack us, David. Should I worry? Yes. Oh, okay. I'll worry then. Oh goodness, it's come towards us, everybody. Fear for one's life. No, we're not going to get attacked by a scrubby, but also I do need to make sure it's not under my tire before I start going forward. No, there it is again. So if you ever want scrubbeheads to get off the road, turn your lights off and just shine into the bush on the left or right, somewhere where you think it's quite open and that the little scrubhead can actually see that it can run, and then they normally go off in that direction. Like that one just did. Luke, who's 12 years old, you say apparently there's a small 5 or a little 5, and what is that? What's the makeup of that little 5? Luke, the little 5 essentially is made up of animals that share the name with the big guns. So in the big 5 we have elephant, lion, buffalo, rhino, and leopard. And so what the little 5 is all the ones that have those names in it. So for lion, it's an antlion. For a leopard, it's a leopard tortoise. For a rhino, it's a rhino beetle. For a buffalo, it's a red-billed buffalo weaver. And for an elephant, it's an elephant shrew. Now, all of those animals are very, very small in comparison to their counterparts in the big 5. And so that's why the little 5. I think what it was to try and do is why they originally started to talk about the little 5 was just try and get people to thinking more about animals that are slightly less well known. It's just impala, David. I only see one set of eyes, which is generally not the case for an impala. Could be a little duiker maybe. Do you see it, this stump here? Into the back left of that stump, where that other next tree is in the background. Got a bit of eye shine there. Where's my binos? My binos will help, because binos, funny enough, at night are one of the most powerful tools that you can have. I don't know what it is. It's just an eye in the grass. I mean, it could be a duiker. It could be something like a white-tailed mongoose. I'm just going to try to go a little bit closer just to see. I don't want to go too far off-road, especially if it's a little duiker. I don't want to disturb it too much. The eyes don't look cat-like, so Just trying to get... little duiker. So let's get our light off of that. Don't want to shine on little duikers. Good place this for something like a serval. These little open clearings or wildcat. They like these areas, and often that's what you see. There's these little eyes kind of poking through. There goes a bat. I actually have quite a lot of bats out here. A lot more than people realize. In the summer months, we do see fireflies. Quite common if you go into like a little drainage line, so into, let's say, the Mulawati, for example. Just turn off there this time of the night. Start to see them buzzing about and doing their thing. Nightjar in the road. So I'm just going to turn my lights off so that we don't disturb it. Can you still see it, David? So we do get little fireflies. Very, very interesting creatures are fireflies. They are one of the few animals that can produce, well, they are one of the only actually, that can produce light that doesn't cause heat. So what you have is a thing called luciferin and luciferase, and the two of them combine and form a chemical reaction that produces the light that they emit. And each little species of lightning bug has its own very special pulse that it has when it glows, and that is to tell others, or particularly mating, so that they know that that's the right species to go after. But what they will be is some of them are carnivorous, and they will actually produce a similar pattern to a separate species, and then when the mate comes in to try and mate with them, they grab them and kill them and eat them. So pretty crazy little warfare tactic to have as the same species. Now this is still there, David? Yeah. Oh, lovely. This is a little bird that you see on the road. For those of you that aren't well versed in the nocturnal birds of the Sabi Sands, is a nightjar. Which nightjar it is, tricky to say, because I can only see a very black road and I don't have any idea what it is. Because I actually can't see it. But I would imagine it can be one of two nightjars that I've been hearing square-tailed lately. And then there's also been a lot of fiery neck nightjars. Well, always is a lot of fiery neck nightjars here. So my guess would probably be fiery neck nightjar, but difficult to say without seeing it fly and seeing the wings, as well as the tail feathers, and then hearing it call. Those three things together can give you 100% ID on them. They're tricky birds to identify because of their coloration. They have this blending in coloration and mottled coloration, and it's all quite similar. But the edges of the tail feathers and wings have a different pattern depending on it's just on the other side there, it's just hawking moths, depending on the species. So that's how you'll identify them. Now there's a nightjar that comes here, well, it's been seen here once, but gets seen at Mala Mala quite a lot, is a thing called a pennant-winged nightjar. Beautiful, beautiful nightjar with long tail streamers that come, wing streamers that come off. Very cool looking bird on the male when he's in kind of full flight. So you don't see them often, but one was seen at Gallagher in 2017. I think 2017 or maybe late 2000, or early 2018. Can't remember now. It's been here a while, so things are all blurring into one another. He's really gone now. Are you sure, David? You're so right. Lucky I trusted you, eh? It's because there's lots of insects around, so they're going to be hawking insects. They have these little rectal bristles on their next to their beak. It's like a catfish almost. Just helps them to net little insects when they fly at night. It's a pretty cool thing to see. And they've got a very special claw too, called the pectine claw, which is also pretty cool. I like nightjars. Pain to identify, but have the most epic calls. A nice feature of the nocturnal landscape. I'm just driving slowly because there was an somewhere. Just straight in front of us. Come on, buddy. Just want to come past. Sorry, guys. I know you're sleeping. Sorry. I'm just trying not to have lights on as I come past. It's literally Impala right next to you there, David. You see it?
Yeah.
It's crazy, yeah? How at night they're so much more comfortable to be closer than they are during the day. Sorry, guys. I know you're trying to sleep. I'm sorry. But I also need to be able to see where I'm going, so it's nice when we can put our lights on. The reason why we turn our lights off is just it affects their eyes a little bit, and you never know. Maybe a leopard is sitting right here, and as you go through, you blind this animal and walk straight into that leopard, and the leopard kills it. So try and be as respectful as possible to things like impalas. Just try and kind of roll through them gently at night and lights off, and let them just kind of back away from the car slightly, and then hopefully they don't get affected too badly by your movement through them. I always feel terrible when they're lying next to the roads like that. There's no really way around it, because even if you go off-road, you're going to disturb them. So you've got to just suck it up and kind of just roll nicely and slow. And you can see there was one that was next to the road that didn't even get up. It was right next to the wheel and stayed sitting just because the lights were off, and we just kind of cruised past. We have these little side lights on the car. You'll see I put them on sometimes when we go through those herds. If we had a monitor that was working and I could see what the camera saw, then I could drive with the monitor and not have to worry about the lights, but that is not a possibility right now, and so unfortunately not. All right, let's carry on. Hopefully something nocturnal will pop out and we shall get lucky on our way home.
Night really has fallen now. It takes a while to get completely dark, but it's definitely dark now. Even if you were blindfolded, you would still be able to feel darkness, if that makes sense, out here in the bush. You'd be able to, if you were not able to see light or dark, you would be able to hear the sounds change. There's a shift in energy out here when it goes from being the daytime to the nighttime. And I really believe if you just sat here blindfolded for a really long period of time, you'd be able to know dark. It's now nighttime. And Tristan was mentioning earlier about sensitivity to animals, and that's really important. I always try to turn my lights off too, where you can. And I think there comes a point in the night where you also make that decision not to bundabash after them. You just let them go into the night, especially if you've been with that animal for a prolonged amount of time. You also have to be really careful with animals like wild dogs. We do not view them in the dark, although technically speaking, we at WildEarth could, because we don't use lights. We would turn off all our lights and the presenter light, and we can use infrared. So technically speaking, the light wouldn't disturb them. But of course we don't do that. It's a standard rule across the board. You don't stay with dogs at night. And we just of course apply that. We are heading up to an open area now to see if we can see anybody on territorial patrol or marching about out there.
kind of bumbling along, still no real sign of anything. I saw what I think was a genet running away from us. I just saw an eye and then dropping off the back of a log, which is very genet-like behavior. So pretty sure that was what that was. Moved off. I'm not going to go off-road for something that I can't identify properly and actually know 100% what it is. Hyena tracks from this morning, or last night should I say. You can see where I was swerving this morning. I can always tell where I've been driving. It's weird. I always do these like little swerves off the road to check the roads. I kind of know where I've been. Even if somebody knows me, they'll know that that's the way that I drive. Very seldom do I stay on the road. You can see here I went off on the road here. It's always on these edges just to check for any tracks. I find that's the easiest way because we don't have a tracker. If you have a tracker, then you don't have to worry about that stuff. But without a tracker, you've got to always kind of do these little sort of bends to just check what's going on and make sure you're not missing any tracks as you're driving. Sometimes the angle coming straight onto the car versus just here by the tire is very, very different, and the light is slightly different, and you can see a lot easier by just pulling off to the side slightly than trying to look over the bonnet and see something. Sandy patch is desolate today. I wonder what came through here that's caused this. Oof. One's caught me a bit off guard, I'm not going to lie. I did not see that one coming, and nor have I ever thought of that. Did you enjoy that one? You've been cackling since that came through over the radio. That's great. What do you reckon? You are DJ in camp, so you know DJ David. What would you? DJ Darby. That's also very true. It's not DJ David. You're so right. I'll slap myself on the wrist now. So you know that's walked you up. Ooh, I mean, there's so many songs. I don't know. Maybe you guys can help us out. I feel like you cracked that song, and then we'll get James Henry. It is, but he used to be. Good ballad that we throw out every time we see a leopard. Thank you.
Sorry about that, everybody. I don't quite know what happened to Tristan, but we are just taking a moment on quarantine. To just listen to the sounds. We're gonna keep bumbling around here and see what else we can find.
Guiding as an industry has become, over time, more and more professional and more recognized as a profession rather than just a hobby. And so to be recognized for that professionality is really kind of it's humbling, really, to be able to say that. It's definitely birding is the thing that I feel most comfortable with in terms of categories that we have here. At least comfortable, I mean, you never know how you're going to shoot on a particular day. You can have a good day where you blast everything as you need to, in terms of the targets, and then you can have a shocker where you just, miss a single shot here or there, and that's basically the end of your day. To be considered for such an experience is really a powerful thing, and so I'm here just to have a lot of fun and experience what the competition's all about.
It just pretended to be dead. Oh, that was amazing. I can't. How do I? It's like that is hands down the coolest.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially sub-adults and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
Right, so still driving around, still not much to report. Often these night drives can be like this. It's a weird thing. Everyone always wants to go on a night drive thinking that everything will be out because you're going to see all the lions and all the leopards because they can't possibly be sleeping in the evening, and all the nocturnal creatures are going to come out because you have come on a night drive, and it's not always the case. It's so funny because I always see this stuff and you see people like night drive, and they're so excited, and I remember being the exact same way until I did this, and then I realized, hang on a second, nocturnal creatures are shy and nocturnal for a reason. They don't necessarily want their massive spotlight shoved in their face, and so you don't actually see as much as you think you're going to see. It's a weird thing, but it's true. It always makes me laugh and chuckle because and even now, I catch myself nowadays, I'm like, oh, you know what, it'll be cooler, it'll get darker, things will come out, and then invariably I end up mostly disappointed. Every now and then you get it right, but for the most part you don't see too much. And a lot of you that have watched the show for a long time will know full well how much nighttime stuff we've done over the years. I mean, there was a period where we were becoming more nocturnal than we were diurnal, David and I. We were spending a lot of time out in the darkness, and I can tell you in that period, David, did we even ever see a porcupine? Nothing. We didn't see anything nocturnal besides leopard and lions, and the odd wildcat. Remember, we used to get those wildcats every now and then, yeah. But otherwise, we didn't really pick up much that was actually strictly nocturnal. So, you got to be lucky with that stuff, and you got to have animals that are willing to show themselves. And while every now and then you'll get it right, and you'll see something, and there'll be ones that'll be like, okay, it's cool, a porcupine across the road or something like that. It's really not as common as everybody thinks it is to see the nocturnal creatures. It's sometimes just a complete gamble. Also, you must remember, we don't cover big distance here. It looks like we cover a lot of ground, but we really don't in comparison to some other places. So when you go on like a night drive in the national park, in Kruger Park, those guys will do like maybe 50 kilometers, 60 kilometers in 2 hours. Maybe not that much, but 50 kilometers in 2 hours. Whereas we're lucky if we do 50 kilometers in 3 days. A lot of the time we don't go very far. I mean, yesterday morning I went from camp, I drove less than a kilometer to those lines and drove home again. We literally did not go far at all. So we don't cover nearly as much ground. While we do have a good road network, that means that we're looping back on ourselves all the time, covering those blocks. We still don't cover as much as what you'd get in a night drive, say, in the national park. How many porcupines you've seen, David?
On Djuma, one.
One.
One alive.
Keenan, my most unique animal that I've seen. Are we talking Sabi Sands or are we talking just in life? Sabi Sands, I would say the most unique animal that I've seen here would be that hedgehog spider that was found close to our old FC. Very cool looking little thing with these crazy little spikes coming off of it. That was pretty cool and very unexpected. But in terms, and some of the insects as well, there's been some crazy insects in this world. I'm trying to think unusual that I've seen outside of South Africa. Just sort of weird and wonderful. Maybe unusual is not the right word. I don't know, there's so many things. It's difficult to just pick one. You know, the insect world is probably where I would go. There are so many weird and wonderful and crazy insects and caterpillars, and just, I think somewhere in there would be multiple different examples of weird and wonderful. If we had to go mammal-wise, probably those star-nosed moles. Have you ever seen those, David?
No.
They've got these crazy little noses. They're super cool little things. They're pretty unique. All those little golden moles. Those are pretty cool little creatures. They would probably be the most weird and unusual thing I've seen. I'm trying to think what I saw. There was also crazy weird stuff in the Congo. We had a thing called Animalia, which is almost like a bush baby crossed with a gremlin. It's a weird looking thing. That was pretty cool to see. Or Derby Animalia. So yeah, pangolins are pretty weird too. They almost look a little bit alien-like, don't they? With their scales and all that kind of stuff. Oh, I can't wait for summer when you can get a chameleon or some insects at night. You can watch the bark spiders building their webs. That's always quite cool to watch at night. It's still so barren at the moment because we haven't had any sunshine yet. We've had decent rain now, but no sunshine. As soon as we get that sunshine, it's going to just change the whole complexion of this area. I'm sure it's going to get the insects actually moving and going, and we'll see a lot more from them. But the thing is the temperatures are not going to be good for a while still. I was looking at the weather forecast today, and they reckon for the next week the temperature won't get above sort of 25 degrees Celsius, which for us at this time of the year is cold. Normally, you know, when we look at the week preceding this rain, we were having days that were 37 degrees Celsius. Now that's more in tune. There goes a Janet. You see it, David? I'll leave my spotlight on. Maybe you can get the movement. A little Janet that was running in that direction. Is it still there or is it gone? Saw a little bit. Okay, well, that's the typical nighttime sightings for us of things that are not lion and leopard based. Good place now. We're just on the edge of quarantine. This little fringe thicket here, always a good place for various animals. Yes, we do find creepy crawlies in our room. Often get scorpions crawling around. We get a lot of spiders. I had a sack spider actually that I took out of my room today. Those are nasty little things when they get hold of you. Snakes every now and then. I remember actually once we had a Mozambique spitting cobra in a bathroom at Simambili, in my bathroom at Simambili. That was a bit unpleasant. So yeah, all kinds of weird and wonderful things you get out here, insect-wise. Solifuge, centipede. They're also nasty little things to get. What else is bad in a room, creepy crawly-wise? I think that's pretty much all the nasty ones. Spiders, scorpions, snakes, and centipedes. I don't think we really need much more, do we? You know what also gets into rooms every now and then? It's not really a creepy crawly, but there's such destructive little things, are dormice. So we get a thing out here called a woodland dormouse. again, very difficult to spot outside of a camp because they're so small and nocturnal and move very much in a secretive way. But those little woodland dormice, they get into rooms and camps and kitchens quite a lot, and they chew through everything to get to food. So they'll chew through, it doesn't matter what it is. It can be plastic, it can be wood cupboards, it can be anything like that, and they kind of go through it. I remember at Chitwa the one time, I kept hearing the scratching at night, wondering what is going on, and then I was like, I always blamed the squirrels, you know, because I know that they're around, and often if it's not squirrels, you blame the monitor lizards if it's in the roof, because they like to get into the roof, monitor lizards and squirrels. And so I blamed this thing for a few days, and I was like, no, it's only at night that this thing moves around. It's got to be something else. Let me kind of sit and listen. So I sat and listened, and then it kind of was coming from, I had like a little cupboard there, and I was sitting and it's like, it's coming from this cupboard, so let me check. So I check in the cupboard, can't see anything. So I'm like, no, let me unpack this whole cupboard. So I unpack the whole cupboard, can't find anything, but I see there's a hole that's been eaten through the cupboard from the back, and there's a hole in some sort of food item, I can't even remember what it was, that this thing had climbed into. So I was like, it must be in the box. So I opened the box, no sign of it in the box. And I was like, well, that's weird. I have no idea, you know, what it could be. And then later that evening, obviously it had eaten whatever it had eaten, and it was dry. And so then it needed water. And the only available water for this poor thing was the toilet. So I went to the loo, and I was about to go to the loo, and I thankfully looked down. Well, thankfully for it, looked down, and there was a poor little wooden dormouse floating in the bowl of the loo. And so I very quickly fished it out before I went to the loo, which was fine. Shame, dried it out with a towel and made it feel a lot better about life, and then promptly set it free outside, away from me and my stuff. A shame, that almost had a bad day, that thing. Can you imagine? Anyway, alrighty guys, we're going to head home. Hopefully you've enjoyed your evening with us. It's been a bit quiet on the evening side, but a productive drive all round. When it was more daylight hours, it was a very nice sighting, albeit brief, of Tandy and Marips, and a good sighting, by sounds of it, of Darkmane and the girls on their zebra. Seems like a lot of nice things for all of you, and then obviously the Cape being quite interesting. I'm sure a lot of you find that quite fascinating, to see the beach side of things, as well as the bushwalks at Prideland. So we're going to get rid of that spotlight so that I don't have to keep waving it about, and I can actually have a look at all of you guys to say good night. David, what are you fiddling with? David's fiddling. Anyway, from all of us, it's been an absolute pleasure. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning on our sunrise safari. We'll see you then.